Ask the committee coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from the special meeting on the 29th and 30th of October and from the meeting on November 3rd. Are those carried? Carried. I'll note the response to inquiries. So with regard to item 5.1, we're going to hold that and deal with it as our last item before moving in camera. We'll hold item 6.1. Item 7.1, status update, Finance and Corporate Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending the 21st of November. Is that received? We'll hold item 8.1. Item 8.2, we have a motion to defer this item to February 2026. Is that Vice Chair Kitts that's going to read that motion? Do you have that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Whereas, since some supporting documentation was not provided for the meeting, it is requested that consideration of the report, together with the completed documentation, be deferred until February 3rd, 2026. Therefore, be it resolved that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee defer consideration of the report, Business Improvement Area and Sparks Street Mall Authority annual reports and audited financial statements until the 3rd of February 2026. Be it further resolved that staff be permitted to include, if necessary, a revised staff report and or supporting documentation for inclusion in the distribution of the meeting agenda with appropriate notice provided.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Is that carried? Okay, let's move back to item 6.1, which is our draft 2026 operating and capital budgets. And I will hand it off to our treasurer to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of the committee. So today I'm joined with Svetlana, Deputy CFO. She was here as part of the tabling presentation. Next to her is Kyla Weir. She's going to support us in presenting some information on AI. Wendy will also speak to a couple of slides on AI, and then Debbie will also support some areas of the budget as it relates to some of her initiatives. So as I wait for the presentation to come up. So you can move to the next slide. So consistent with the presentations this year, we've been following a consistent agenda. So I'll provide a little bit of an overview of the overall budget for Finance and Corporate Services, speak to the operating budget, the capital budget, highlight the efficiencies in this budget. And then part of this budget, we do have a little bit of a highlight from AI. Throughout the committees to date, there's been a number of discussions around AI and where it's being used across the organization. So we felt it was a great opportunity for us to give a little bit of an update on where we are with AI and where it's kind of touching, give some examples across the different service areas. So you can move on to the next slide. So this budget, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee budget, it is $807 million from a gross expenditure perspective. That represents, you can go to the next slide, please. There you go. That represents a 4.4% increase over 2025. And as a reminder, I've been providing these updates in each committee. From a planning committee perspective, that budget is increasing by 3.5%, EPS 7.4%, transit 10.8%, CSSD 6.4%, OAG 4.5%, PWIC flat, adjusted for one-time items 3%, and then this committee 4.4%. So it's important to highlight those increases. Increases do vary across the different committees and service areas depending on the needs and the priorities. Within this budget, this is where you see the largest component of revenue, that $2.75 billion. This is because all the property taxation revenues comes into this budget. So all the property taxes that we collect, which represents about $2.5 million, that all comes into this budget in the non-departmental area. Also within there, the other bigger component in terms of revenue is our investment income, which is roughly $69 million worth of income there. So that's the main two components of the revenue areas. Oh, 1 second, I'll slow down because the presentation is kind of not keeping up. Proceed the English to, there you go. From an FTE perspective, so there's no FTE growth in this budget. There's none required. On the capital side, the overall capital budget is just shy of 190 million. It's 11 projects, but really made up of 3 main areas. There's additional funding required, additional budget required for the contingency within LRT. There's about 29 million or so in IT technology type investments, part of our normal annual investments in IT. And then there's a small budget of just over $4 million from a buildings perspective. These are just annual renewal improvements to the administrative buildings within this committee. Next slide, please. This committee does have one of the larger number of service areas. So as you can see, there's quite a number of different service areas within this committee, ranging from the elected officials all the way through most of the service areas within my department. So overall, this is the lion's share of the overall budget. And I won't really get into any details on those. And then we'll move to the next slide and I'll pass over to Svetlana.
Thank you. Sur cette diapositive, je vais vous présenter le budget d'immobilisation.
On this slide, I will present to you the capital budget, the total capital budget. Inside the circle, you have 3 categories of this budget: renewal, growth, and service enhancement. So the total budget for this committee is $189.1 million. Almost 70% of this amount comes from the development charges. It's because of the light rail project, which represent the major part of the growth area. Renewal is some 32% of the budget. There again, it's because of ITs, other technologies, and renewal work and replacement of some existing buildings. The service improvement includes important initiatives such as the accessibility project. Here is the distribution of the budget between the various sectors. Let's start by corporate finance. It represents a small portion of some $200,000. And then we have the general government with a budget of $4.5 million, and the information technology budget is almost $28 million. This amount is for the improvement of our systems and ensure the continuity of operations. The transit services requires $156 million for the development of the light rail network. Here's the summary of efficiencies for operations. When we tabled the budget, we announced $35 million in efficiencies. The share of your committee is $11 million. Amongst the important measures, there is the purchase of the building at 100 Constellation, which will help us reduce our rental fees. We also generate additional revenues thanks to the investment income and the user fees. The key measure, it's the workforce management saving strategy that will help us save $1,794,000. So we are budgeting for a complete staff for over the year, and we have adjustment in the salary compensation line. For instance, when a person leaves the organization, we need at least 8 weeks to find a replacement. For the past 2 years, we have a very close look to this line, and we can see that there's more efficiencies possible because it's more difficult to fill some positions. So this year, we increased the target from 0 to 0.5%. A reminder that We don't apply this the same way everywhere. The frontline services are quite a bit lower because we must fill that position quickly. The discretionary savings are mostly due to the expenditures freeze in the past few years, and there is a reduction in the office supplies and so on. And then there are efficiencies related to the fleet efficiency thanks to the fuel savings and the carbon tax. And the facility operation efficiency is the electricity savings.
Thank you, Svetlana. You can proceed to the next slide where I'll speak a little bit about some of the highlights, and I'll pass over to Debbie in a second as well. So one of the key highlights here is in terms of the term of council priorities, respect to making sure it's connected, reliable, safe, and accessible. So this budget continues to invest more into our infrastructure. So the $8.8 million is additional funding going into our capital program, which is supportive of the tax LRFP. So again, I spoke about the rate in previous committees, and I'll speak about the rate in the Environment Committee next week. But in this budget, this is where you see additional $8.8 million being allocated to the overall infrastructure in terms of supporting the tax LRFP. And with that, I'll pass over to Debbie.
Thank you, Cyril. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time to provide some highlights on the Economic Development Services activities for 2026 and the budget highlights. So in 2026, we're going to continue to strengthen economic prosperity and capacity through the implementation of a number of key strategies that were previously developed and shared. So the Economic Development Action Plan, the Nightlife Action Plan, as well as Downtown and Byward Market Revitalization Plans. Funding through the Ottawa-Ontario Agreement will continue to support the economic recovery of downtown, including the construction of the William Street Streetscaping Project that will begin in the spring of 2026. As part of the Nightlife Action Plan, the 2026 budget also proposes one-time funding of $150,000 for a new nightlife and placemaking projects. And this is to build on the success that we saw from initiatives like the Metcalfe Plaza pilot. This is actually going to be the last year of the Nightlife Action Plan, and so the budget also proposes $150,000, which will support economic impact assessment of the Nightlife Action Plan, and then development of the next phase of the plan. In 2026, we're going to be commemorating the 200th anniversary of the founding of Bytown. The budget has $1.9 million in one-time funding proposed to bring this historic milestone to life with meaningful events, partnerships, community initiatives, all that reflect Ottawa's rich history and diverse identity. This funding includes 3 grant programs for community-driven events, pageantry, and artist-creator grants. In 2026, we're also going to continue to develop strategies that will support the diversification of Ottawa's economy. We're going to bring the results of the Canada North and Airport Special District plans forward, and we'll also update the Rural Economic Development Strategy. In this work related to economic diversification, working hand in hand with our economic development partners is critical. The budget does include continued funding to support the activities of our economic development partners, including Invest Ottawa, the Ottawa Film Office, and Ottawa Music Industry Coalition. And I'll turn it back to Cyril.
Thank you, Debbie. You can move to the next slide. I'm now going to speak about a few of the continuous improvements that you would see within this budget, within this committee. So I'll bring the attention to the Customer Experience 360, what we're labeling as CX 360. This is an initiative supported by the Agile Government Working Group. And in terms of making improvements to the process within 311, and specifically making changes to ensure that the service is better, the information that we communicate back to residents is better, the journey of a service request is better. So these are all focused on incremental changes that we're rolling out throughout, over time. This year we started off in forestry, so we're actually working closely with forestry. We're going to be doing parks, and we're going to be doing parking, and then we're going to layer in additional service areas as we move forward. But the reality is we're really focused on making sure that the information is accurate, the communication flow is more relevant to what the residents are looking for, and they can actually trace the service request through the journey of opening a service request to the journey of the work being done and closing that request. So that work is well on its way, and that will continue to be an iterative process as we move into 2026. The APS, so the Administrative Penalty System, this was what we brought forward earlier in this term in terms of the implementation of processing parking tickets and POA tickets. We've seen significant improvements in terms of the time it takes to process these tickets. Resolutions are now well below 2 months. In the old system, so pre-APS system, things were anywhere from 9 to 12 months. So we've seen significant improvements in terms of that side of the business from a parking ticket perspective and POA tickets. The water notifications. So this is a service that go back to earlier this year. It was got a little bit of attention when we brought the rate review forward. This enables residents to sign up for automatic notifications. So you can leverage MySO. You can sign up in terms of get automatic notifications if there's abnormalities in terms of water usage. So if you have extra or excess water usage, you can get notifications up front. This allows for early detection of leaks, early detection of misuse, etc. So that functionality is now there. The next one's kind of a really important one. It relates to leveraging AI and in terms of how we flow through our impact process. So at the city, we coordinate with the Municipal Property Association Corporation, MPAC. This is the entity that really tells us what the assessment values are. They tell us what our growth numbers are. So we deployed a new initiative in late October. It was a collaboration between the revenue team, the IT team, and the building code services, and really automating the process in terms of the submission of permits and plans. And what this allows for a quicker turnaround in terms of getting that information to impact so we can get actual better information back sooner in terms of what the role assessments look like. So again, in the first day where we went live, we saw an uptake of 108 plans and 90 permits were able to be submitted to impact in one day alone with this new automation. Then, of course, another one worth highlighting is the economic development dashboard in terms of looking at the overall metrics that we do across the economic development throughout the city. Next slide, and one more slide. So this slide was basically, this is at the request of Councillor Tierney last year, and we do get a lot of questions in terms of what this means from a property tax bill and what the property tax bill looks like. So this is a representation in terms of an average tax bill for an average home assessed at $415K. So really, the total taxes that we collect is $5,257. Within that amount, we need to remit a portion of that back for the education tax and the conservation authorities. So approximately 12.6% or $665. That goes right back to those two authorities. And then below that, you see the residual $4,592, which is allocated between citywide services, police levy, and the transit levy. So again, as a reminder, the taxes we collect for transit levy resides with transit, the taxes we collect with police reside with police, and then the residual supports the citywide tax services. With that, I'll move it over and pass over to Wendy. Next slide, please.
Thanks very much, Cyril, and good morning, committee members. Just before we wrap up the budget presentation this morning, we wanted to provide a brief update on AI at the city. You've heard that there's been discussions at many of the committees on this topic, and we just wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing and the framework wrapped around that. The city's exploring and implementing various AI initiatives, really focusing on the application of technology to improve public service, enhance productivity, and our overall operational efficiency. And this exploration of automation is really at the forefront in terms of leveraging tools that we have, as well as piloting tools where appropriate. And in parallel to that, staff are developing an AI framework which speaks to the governance, the privacy, the overall structures that we need to use and move these technologies and use the technologies responsibly. I would like to take a moment and I would like to thank and express my sincere thanks to the members of the Agile Working Group for their support on AI. It's on the work plan and we're going to keep it on the work plan for 2026. So thank you very much, and you can move to the next slide. One of the things that we do have is a responsible use guide for generative AI. It's currently in place and it really talks about how employees can use these tools in the workplace. And to further support the safe adoption, as well as expand the use of this technology here at the city, We're creating an overarching AI framework, and that's currently in development. And the framework is really going to ensure that we've got strategic alignment across the organization in terms of measurement of the business value and the application of the technology, and looking at prioritization of those high enterprise value opportunities. Also providing really clear guidance for the protection and security of data and information, which is really important to us here at the city. We're also going to set a framework in terms of city-approved technology and infrastructure, and focus on talent and skills development and change management support for these tools across the city. So making sure that our staff have the training and the tools that they need as we move into this new world. And the final piece will be integration with our existing governance and risk management frameworks. Now, we anticipate that the framework will be done Q1 2026. The other piece of work that staff are doing is really connecting with other municipalities and other entities to benchmark and share information. We have a subcommittee, which is part of the CAO group, that looks at AI, and so we're sharing information and talking about best practice there. And we also have a partnership with Bloomberg Philanthropies on the City Data Alliance. It's really driving this work forward. We're also connecting with the feds to understand what they're doing. They have an overarching policy, and they're driving AI in each department as well, and trying to learn from there to see if there's any sharing and benchmarking that we can move forward here at the city. So I'm going to pass it back over to Cyril. I think he's going to hand it off to Kyla to talk about some of the examples so you can get a flavor of what we are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. You can go to the next slide. So I'm just going to quickly introduce Kyla. She's a program manager in our IT team. She's great. She's here to walk through some of the examples of AI. Some of these things are, proof of concept type level where we're at. Some of these things are deployed. Some of these things are being used. Some of the things are being explored. But I'll pass over to Kyla to kind of walk through some of those examples, and you can move to the next slide, please.
So good morning. My name is Kyla Weir, and I am an IT program manager, and my portfolio is AI, automation, and data. That's who I am and what I care about. What I did in preparation for today was I asked AI who FinCorp was and what you guys care about. And the response needed a little human intelligence coaching, but essentially it steered me to share the following examples. And to be clear, just like Cyril had said, these aren't things that we're necessarily doing. Some of them aren't even necessarily done, but someone at the city is working on these. So as our first example, in the building permit space, there are niche AI tools. Today, people can submit an application and wait a long time only to hear back that they missed something in the Ontario Building Code that they can't even believe that they missed. We're human, we miss things, and AI can help. Bots are another tool that we use. When I asked who is FinCorp and what do they care about, I didn't get a list of different documents to read through. I got a succinct response, and it told me that FinCorp cares about streamlining operations, enhancing citizen services, and making sure that no one's disadvantaged along the way. So that's not a bot that we built. Do you like that? Yeah. That's not a bot that we built, but bots that we have built do kind of touch on which bylaws make sense for your project, or how do I kind of deal with my waste disposal. We've also built survey analysis tools, so whether it's gathering intel from newcomers or people's feedback on reducing waste, if people answer surveys, we can get closer to understanding what our community needs and do something about it. So this isn't new, it just scales better to larger response rates. And it's not disadvantaging people, it's getting the relevant information to the people who need it. This is helping us get intel from larger survey collections faster, garnering greater representation from our community. Another example on this screen are the enhanced bots. So I recall being told that math is one side of your brain and words are the other side of your brain. Bots are similar. Generating content is not the same mechanism as drafting or running SQL to query a table, but we have great talent at the city that has closed this gap, and our partners at Microsoft and other external consultants have asked to see what's under the hood of what we've built to help their learning. So the takeaway on this is we are sophisticated and we are growing. Next slide, please. Some more specific examples is SAP Joule. Sometimes when we post a job at the city, not always, we will get hundreds of applicants. This is a tool that helps us quickly screen through to candidates that are most worthwhile. In the geoanalytical space, we have an AI tool that notes the signs and lights from the Gatsmobile data, so a person doesn't have to go through that manually. In the MPAC example on here, this one's not necessarily AI. This is more an automation that Cyril's already spoken to, but basically it means delivering permits and plans to MPAC more frequently so we can get faster projections of property tax growth. And the final example on this slide is Copilot. Basically, it helps people do things faster. What we shared up here is that it helps people find information and draft communications, which may feel like an understatement, but if I reflect back on my career at the city, that is probably 95% of what I do. So the take home on these is that these all support what AI told me you care about: streamlining operations, enhancing services, and making sure the valuable information is accessible to the folks who need it. Next slide, please. So before we wrap up, I wanted to take a minute to dig a little deeper into some of the things that Wendy raised at the beginning about how we're organizing ourselves to support responsible engagement. This tech is tricky. Sometimes it ages out before you finish your project, or something that seemed impossible last year is entirely ubiquitous today. The community around this needs to be brave, informed, and responsible. So along with our city manager's office, we have worked through the following spaces. So you'll see on the slide, we've got numbers 1 through 5, and we also have an illustration in a circle. That's to kind of draw upon the incremental or the iterative approach. Sometimes we get to the third step and have to bounce back to the first, but I'll just systematically run through these stages. So the first is our vision. We have enabled our organization. We have AI in Outlook, Word, Excel, our browsers, and everyone has access to the web-based Copilot version. We have enabled our people, and we're not replacing them. And I'd like to pause on that because I hear from many of my peers at the city that the organization needs to know that that's a shared understanding amongst our leaders. In the governance space, we have been doing the right things, leveraging the citywide data strategy community that the city manager's office has built. We are looking to formalize our roles and challenge the organization to mature in this space. In the area of supporting ongoing work, we understand our early adopters. They're mostly our office workers. We use tech bite sessions. Some of you have been in those, and also roadshows to bolster literacy and interest. And we can steer the content in these to align with our high demand or high value use cases. In the emerging workspace, as Wendy touched on, we want to evaluate new tech. We want to make sure that we're playing in a safe ecosystem and that our policies and supports are keeping up. We want to help folks consider not just what they have been asking for, but maybe what they could or they should be asking for that they just don't know exists yet. And then the last phase is the fun phase. It's the build space. So we want to increase the velocity of adoption by building lower customization products for a larger share of our organization. We'd like to see that close any adoption gaps and see our user base increase. So the take home on this slide is that we are doing well. We are doing this everywhere, and we have plans to keep the creativity, the innovation, and the responsible implementation going. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide. In the vein of responsible implementation, I want to share how we've come along. 100% of our workers have access to a secure, city-enabled, web-based Copilot. Early adopter analysis shows the primary interest comes, unsurprisingly, from our office workers. Our organization is about 17,000 strong, of which our office workers make up roughly 15%, so that's about 2,500 folks. And we're seeing here that in the last month, over 3,000 staff have been using this, showing that the adoption is across our office and field workers alike. So as a final takeaway on this presentation, I'd like to say the city is enabled. We are adopting and continue to drive responsible efforts in this space while taking a collaborative approach where human and artificial intelligence succeed side by side. Thank you.
Next slide, and thank you, Kyla, and thank you, team. So that concludes our presentation for today.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Before we go to delegations, are there any motions that anyone would like to introduce prior to delegations? Okay, we'll move to the delegations then, starting with Juliette Nicolay from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and members of the Finance and Corporate Service Committee. My name is Jasmin Guenette. I am the Vice President of National Affairs with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I am joined by my colleague Juliette Nicolai, who is a policy analyst with our team here in Ottawa. We want to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to appear today and share our members' priorities. CFIB represents the interest of 100,000 small and medium-sized businesses across Canada, including 39,000 in Ontario and more than 1,400 in the Ottawa area. Small businesses are the backbone of every neighborhood. The restaurants, the bookstores, the local service providers that bring life and character to our city. But many Ottawa small businesses are under significant strain because of many reasons, including trade disruptions, soft consumer demand, and rising costs. The most recent Business Barometer survey reveals that long-term optimism among Ontario business is low. Business owners constantly identify tax and regulatory costs as their number one cost constraint.
The city must make sure the business environment will allow small businesses to thrive. And this starts by lowering the municipal tax burden on SMEs. We regularly survey our members to understand their top priorities, and nearly all business owners in Ontario agree that governments should prioritize reducing property taxes. Nonetheless, the city's 2026 budget seems to go in the opposite directions, as commercial property taxes are rising and business owners face a tax ratio almost twice those of residents. A positive step taken by the city has been to implement the small business property tax subclass offered by the Government of Ontario, which provides eligible properties with a 15% reduction in property taxes phased in over 2 years. Yet, the city could leverage it more fully. Municipalities have the authority to set the tax reduction for this subclass up to 35%. That is why CFIB recommends Council to enhance the small business subclass rate to at least 25%, especially in light of the current economic climate. Increasing the small business subclass would send a clear message that the city recognizes the pressure businesses are facing and stands with local employers. It would also enhance Ottawa's fiscal competitiveness and attract more businesses. Currently, the City of Toronto offers a comparable small business subclass rate. However, property taxes for small businesses with equivalent property values are 8% higher in Ottawa. CFIB is also advocating for the City of Toronto to increase their subclass to 25%. By increasing its rate, the City of Ottawa would position itself as a first mover and enhance its competitiveness relative to Toronto. Finally, with greater fiscal reprieve, our members tell us that 51% of them would increase employee compensation, 44% would expand their business, and 34% would hire new employees. All of these things contribute to increasing their productivity and capacity to support local economy. When small businesses succeed, the whole city benefits. Thank you for listening, and we would be happy to respond to any questions you may have in English or in French.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here and presenting to us today. I wanted to clarify what you were looking for on the small business tax class in particular. I think you know that a few years ago, the City of Ottawa reduced the small business tax class by 15%, which was being phased in, and has continued with that tax rate. So you're asking for a 25% reduction? Is that what I heard?
Absolutely, exactly.
Okay. I just want to clarify what the ask was there. That 15% at the time during around the pandemic time was certainly seen as a boost. It has to be passed on to small businesses through the owner of that building, depending on the square footage of that business. Have you been noticing that being passed along to those small businesses that may be leaseholders instead of owners?
So half of small businesses in Ottawa are directly paying their property taxes, and the other half pay them through their rent, and and the cost of the rent is still a high pressure. So I feel like it would also help the businesses that are paying property taxes through their rent.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying on that. One of the things the city did last year was, and I wonder if you're supportive of this, it changed the subclass for parking lots and increased some of the rates for parking lots while simultaneously lowering the rates for multi-residential apartment buildings. So to encourage more development on parking lots with a more favorable tax class. Is that something you support in terms of residents supporting local businesses, potentially business on the bottom, with apartments on top and a more favorable tax rate?
I think we are always in support of tax reduction that will help small businesses and support the local economy.
Just to complement Juliette's answer, we survey our member regularly. Every month we have survey going out to our membership. And as I said in my opening remarks, constantly the number 1 and 2 solutions that the vast majority of our members support is to reduce the tax burden and to reduce the regulatory burden. So any initiative the City of Ottawa would put in place that would result in a lower tax burden for small businesses and a lower regulatory burden for our members, it would be highly supported. And this would also help encourage economic activity throughout the city.
I appreciate that. The last thing I'll mention is just around the the patio fees that the City of Ottawa charged during the pandemic. We brought those to zero for right-of-way usage, and they have gone back up. But we've been trying to keep them down. I think through successive budgets by various of my colleagues have been pushing for that sort of half of where they were before, 75% of where they were before. I assume you support lowering patio fees to support those businesses that can use patios on our main streets.
Yes, when those fees were set at zero during the pandemic, CFIB supported that approach. If I remember correctly, other cities did the same as well. And so it was a way to send a positive signal to small businesses in the context of a very difficult time that they were having. But since the end of the pandemic, many small businesses are still struggling. Many restaurants, for example, are still carrying debt from the pandemic. And so reducing terrace fee would be one way to help those businesses that were highly impacted by the pandemic to continue to have more success as they try to pay down those debts and be back to a profitable situation.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. So one of the members' responses to how the city could help is to reduce property taxes. You understand the math there. Any property taxes that we reduce on commercial properties either goes on the residential tax bill or we need to find offsetting cuts. And some of those cuts are things which presumably help small businesses as well. But I'm just wondering, what were some of the other responses from your members with respect to how the municipality could help small business?
Just to clarify the question, you're asking how the municipalities could support SMEs, not just with tax reductions?
Exactly.
So as Jasmin mentioned it, the top cost pressure on small businesses are tax costs, but also regulatory costs. So reducing red tape with the municipalities is one way to reduce the cost on small businesses. Overall, $18 billion in our economy is just spent on red tape. And so reducing red tape could be a good way to help small business owners. And in the presentation you just did, you mentioned, for example, using AI to fasten the permits. And that's one step, for example, that we would support. We actually released a report 2 years ago on how long it takes to get renovation permits. And I don't remember exactly the data for Ottawa, but it was not in the best ones. So this kind of initiative can help small businesses by reducing their red tape.
Do you have some insights? So you've mentioned a couple of them. Renovation or building permits is one. I'm guessing the cost of licensing, some of those others would also be helpful. How deep down do you go in that? Do you have a fairly specific list for us?
Sorry, do you have any? Are you asking for other examples of way to reduce red tape?
Yeah, besides building permits.
Building permits, any kind of permits that that a business owners needs from the city, any kind of acceleration or having standards for those permits is a good way for business owners to save on the time.
And if I may add something to my colleague's answer, when we talk about reducing red tape and the cost of regulation, there's also the notion of improving services to those small businesses. And so often what we are hearing is that a small business owner can be confused about what they need to comply with, questions that may have on regulations that they need to follow. And so one way to also support the small business community in the city is to make sure that the level of services that they receive from the administration supports them in understanding and trying to make sure that they can operate knowing the rules and regulations in place. And if there are ways for businesses to operate, if they can have access to, for example, grants, support in any way from the city, that they are aware of everything that can support them, because typically a small business owner are busy running their day-to-day operation, and often they would need help to better understand all the requirements and what is available to them to succeed in the current business environment.
Yeah, we have some continued spending in this budget that I'm pleased to see for the Ottawa Film Office and for the Music Industry Coalition. Both of those fulfill some of those functions and roles that you've talked about. Our nightlife strategy with the Nightlife Commissioner, again, helping an important part of our economy understand the rules, regulations, what kind of help and assistance is available. Bit of a concierge for those businesses, but I can certainly think of other multiple areas of our economy that don't have a similar high touch, and your suggestion is well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the presentation today. Certainly supporting our small businesses, very important, the machinery of our economy. There are a number of my council colleagues who have indicated that their principal concern with the 2026 budget is in fact that the annualized tax increase is too low, and that it should in fact be substantially higher, to the tune of potentially upwards of double or triple what the current value is. Could you speak to what the impacts of a significantly higher tax increase on small businesses in Ottawa would look like?
I can maybe circle back to what Jasmin said at the beginning of his speech. We have a business barometer that we send out to our members every month. And the numbers for Ontario has been very low. Especially since the beginning of the year, we had in March it was at a one-time low. So I don't think this is a moment to increase taxes on small businesses who are already struggling with inflation and already high taxes, not only from property taxes, but also payroll taxes. And also property taxes, small business owners have to pay them whether they make profit or not. And so we want to make sure we support small businesses and we do not add pressure in this very complicated time for small business owners.
If I may add to my colleague answer, when we ask our member what are the major cost constraints, tax and regulatory costs are currently at number one. But they are not the only costs that we have to keep in mind that small business owner have to cope with. Insurance costs. Commercial insurance has been increasing steadily for the last couple of years. Input costs have been increasing. Wage and compensation costs have been increasing, not to mention rent and other costs. So when we think about property tax, this is just one of the many costs that small businesses have to deal with. And it's one of the many costs that have been increasing steadily in the last couple of years. Keeping the fiscal burden low helps small businesses not only to deal with all these cost increase, but they help small businesses make investment in their people. It helps small businesses make investment in their business and position themselves to have all the success that they can have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for the invitation. Merci beaucoup.
Next, we'll go to Bradley Wright. Good morning. Just turn on your microphone if you would, sir. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. The comments of the previous speakers were right on point. There's too much red tape. Taxes are too high. Impositions on businesses are too great. Mayor Sutcliffe wrote an article in the paper saying that he wants to make Ottawa more affordable. Increasing taxes by more than inflation is the opposite of that. it's inflationary to increase taxes by more than inflation. And it is no good to say that some other cities want taxes in the 9% range, considering how badly they're run. It's mentioned that you have found some cost savings already. Good, you're to be commended. But it's not good enough if you're planning to raise taxes by more than inflation. You say you'll be able to upload or hope to upload some of the costs onto the province, same taxpayer's pocket. You need to cut, all levels of government need to cut what they're spending and cut the size of the bureaucracy and cut the red tape. Before merger, the biggest mistake in the City of Ottawa's history, we could get answers quickly and easily from the different municipalities. I supported the merger, thought we would have cost efficiencies of scale. Did not work out that way. Now when you try to get information, it feels like you're swimming up 17 layers of sludge, and then you're still not confident that you got the information you needed. It seems over the years that every problem, real, imagined, or manufactured, always results in an increase in the size of the bureaucracy and more taxes or new taxes. Never does the bureaucracy shrink, never do the taxes get frozen or reduced. A major problem in our society is that it should be seamless to move from working in the public sector to working in the private sector, but it is anything but. Over the years with the union contracts, etc., when you get a government job, you hang on to it like grim death because you're not going to get comparable pay, perks, and pension in the private sector. The union leaders say, well, we're just setting a good example. That's nonsense. The example is you're using a nice cozy arrangement between the unions and the bureaucrats and the councillors and MPs and MPPs to garner for yourselves remuneration packages that are way out of whack with comparable jobs in the private sector. There are exceptions to that, but in the broad sweep, what I'm saying is correct. What you should do, and with your union contracts it won't happen, is you should be freezing all this until the private sector catches up, which would probably take 10 years. But that would reduce your expenditures considerably. You're also insulated from the consequences of your decisions because even if you put up taxes, the bureaucracy has garnered for itself an automatic guaranteed increase in income year after year after year, which covers the increases. The burden falls on the private sector. There are always motherhood and apple pie reasons for every dollar you spend, but that doesn't mean that it's an efficient spending of the money. One of the worst things that you've done in the last several years is the introduction of the vacant unit tax. Terrible thing to have done. And it's heartless and it's counterproductive. I'm a real estate lawyer. I see it in my private practice. I have conservatively estimated that the VUT has cost the City of Ottawa $150 million in lost rental supply investment. How do I figure that? Well, if there are 300 real estate lawyers and each one of us has one client who says, enough of this left-wing lunacy, I'm not investing in rental supply in Ottawa ever again. And if we take an average investment of $500,000, even though the average is over $700,000, you get $150 million. Let's say I'm wildly wrong by that, by a factor of 3. Let's say it's $50 million. Let's say it's $25 million. All you generated from the VUT was $12 million, $3 million of which was spent on bureaucracy for a net of $9 million. How daft is it to say that you're ahead when you've got $9 million and you've lost $25, $50, $150 million of rental supply investment? I have clients who said, I'm not investing in Ottawa, I'll invest in neighboring counties instead, and that's what they did.
That's time, sir. Thank you. Councillor Hill?
You should hear more about that VUT, by the way.
Well, I'm interested to hear more about that VUT. So my question specifically to you is, with regard to the vacant unit tax, I appreciate your comments. I know that there is an upside value to the vacant unit tax in that the benefits that the city is garnering from those revenues is being invested into affordable housing. The intent that was originally created for the vacant unit tax, it wasn't about generating revenue, it was about behavior change. It was about causing more units that were speculative in nature to come on the market for rental access or to be sold. I have seen concerns from folks in my community where there has been some hardship from the perspective of inheritance, from the perspective of basement units that needed renovations that fell outside of the time frame. Could you just clarify for me, when you talk about the vacant unit tax, there are some upsides to it? I'd like to hear your perspective on how those measure out, how those balance out in terms of the broader economic functioning of the City of Ottawa.
If you had the private sector investment that there would have been without the VUT, you would have more units being built. More units means more competition on the part of the unit owners for renters. And the problem is solved without having the government overly involved in it, with the result of hiring yet more bureaucrats to administer the whole thing. The VUT is an incredible waste of paper and toner and time. Every real estate deal in Ottawa requires a vacant unit tax declaration from the vendor. This takes people time, it takes money, it takes paper, it takes toner. 380,000 properties in Ottawa, and you had 3,600 vacant units. Now it's down to 1,600. I had clients from Montreal. They're elderly on fixed pensions. They bought a little one-bedroom condo because their two kids moved to Ottawa to get away from Quebec politics, and they decided they would come up and visit. Can't stay with the kids. The houses are too small and their grandchildren. So they bought the little one-bedroom condo, and they were up here every weekend to see the kids. The city says that's vacant because although it was used 102 days a year, that's not 140 days, 84 days, pardon me. So they were hit with a $4,000, i.e. 1% tax in the first year out of their after-tax pension money. They were prepared to absorb that just to see the kids and the grandkids. But then when you went from 3,600 units to 1,600 units, you had to get more money to justify the people you hired. So now it's 2% in year 2 and 3% in year 3, and they couldn't afford that, so they sold it. Now they don't see their kids and grandkids anywhere near as often. And when they do, it's usually the kids driving down. That's 2 cars going to Montreal instead of 1 car coming to Ottawa. There's no room in your scheme for dealing with that, and it's unfair. And it's cruel to these 80-year-olds. How many years do they have left to see their grandkids? Things like that drive people in the private sector crazy. You harm rental supply with this. You drive more money away than you generate. You hire a whole squadron of bureaucrats to administer it, who will get increases year after year, can't be fired. This is the kind of thing that drives people away. In the last year, I have had 16 clients, more than 1 a month, move from Ottawa to the United States. People in their prime, entrepreneurs, high-tech people. 1 client has moved from the States back that I've acted for, 1. And she herself was Canadian, and she didn't come to Ottawa. She went to Lanark County. 16 to 1. That's what we're losing with this kind of nonsense. You need to get out of the bubble. You need to be more efficient. You need to cut costs. And otherwise, we're just going to keep going down, 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 down. And more entrepreneurs are going to leave, not just Ottawa, not just Ontario, but the entire country. Now, of the people, I can understand why Toronto and Vancouver brought in the VUT. They had 60,000 empty condos, mostly owned by people who were worried about governments in their home countries, to give them a bolt hole in Canada if their home government went bananas. We did not have that problem in Ottawa. This was simply a way of getting money from a demographic, i.e. people who own a second unit, too small to make an electoral difference. That's how it comes across to people who owned a second unit. And a lot of those people owned a second unit Almost all of them rented them out. A few, a tiny percentage, chose not to rent them out for one reason or another, like the family from Montreal. It's not up to you to change their behavior. They bought that property with their after-tax dollars and they're using it in their best interests.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, I have a question for you before you go. We're not finished yet. In your presentation, you said, common buzzwords, cut red tape, gave no examples. You said cut bureaucracy, gave no examples. You said our pay is out of whack. You didn't identify which employee groups are overpaid, comparatively speaking, to the private sector. Can you either follow up or give some examples to some of the statements or suggestions you made today?
First of all, apart from answering questions, we only have 5 minutes. I could talk for 5 hours. If you want some examples, well, the vacant unit tax declaration is red tape that we have to deal with on every real estate deal in Ottawa. When you are trying to sever a property, it takes a very long process. All kinds of departments are involved, and yet we have to get a hydrogeological analysis done for property next door to where they've had a well and septic for the last 100 years with no problem. Oh, it's very expensive, and a lot of it is totally unnecessary. But it keeps people busy here. Not that it's necessary, but it keeps people busy. I could give you lots of examples. And as far as the overpayment is concerned, it's several reports and articles in the newspaper that the legitimate media, like the National Post, for example, and the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and it's all levels of government, where the pay, perks, and pensions are anywhere from 10 to 40% higher, average of 25% higher for government service than in the private sector. And I know lots of people, they're not bragging to me, but they quite candidly admit that they can get their work done in 2 hours, be finished by lunch. That doesn't happen in the private sector, I can tell you that. Bureaucracies are too big and too intrusive.
Thank you. I've heard enough. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Yukang Lee from the Chinatown BIA. Who is online?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe, City Councillors, and members of the Finance and Corporate Service Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to dedicate at this meeting. My name is Yukang Lee, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ottawa Chinatown BIA, which, indicated by its name, is mandated to support over 120 small businesses in this area. Chinatown is not just a commercial district, not even just a living cultural heritage district. It is a multicultural corridor of Ottawa and a vital part of Ottawa's identity. It is a unique and irreplaceable asset that showcases our city's multicultural heritage while preserving important traditions. Beyond its social value, Chinatown also contributes significantly to Ottawa's finances, generating approximately $2.9 million in municipal taxes a year. Today, we are here to ensure Chinatown's future as a safe, job-creating, and vibrant cultural destination. Recently, we submitted a long-term economic and cultural development plan to the Mayor's Office and the Economic Development Office. At the heart of our proposal is a request for the city to officially recognize Chinatown as a special cultural heritage district and provide a long-term fixed financial support. To bring this vision to life, we are requesting 2 key forms of support that are essential for Chinatown's long-term success. Number 1, financial resources dedicated operating grant. We respectfully ask the committee to approve the creation of a new dedicated multi-year operating grant within the economic development service area. This is not a temporary handout. It is an investment in long-term stability. Without consistent, reliable funding, Chinatown cannot fully plan or implement sustainable development. In the past few years, all major street improvement projects were completed with the funding from the federal government, not from the city. A fixed, predictable operating grant will allow us to bring on cultural programs, create tourist attractions and festival events, replace aging infrastructure, and ensure safety initiatives. That's to ensure that these efforts can grow and thrive. We're asking for more resources so that Chinatown can fully celebrate its culture without having to choose between events like the Lunar New Year and Christmas celebrations. With adequate support, we can shine during the winterlude in February, light up with mid-autumn lanterns in October, keep our streets clean, and revive the language schools, artists, harps, and music and martial art educators that once thrived in Chinatown. Number two, structural and capital policy support. To ensure that financial support is maximized, we also need structural and capital policy support. The first one, Chinatown Culture Center and capital prioritization. We request that the committee prioritize the identification and acquisition of municipal property for Chinatown Culture Center in the capital budget and the asset management plan. This center will serve as a key asset for Chinatown's growth and will allow us to attract additional funding from federal and provincial sources. Prioritizing this investment will show the city's commitment to Chinatown's future, helping us leverage external funding and ensuring the center's success. Secondly, to ensure transparency and efficiency in managing municipal funds, we ask the committee to support the exploration of a municipal service corporation for Chinatown. This agency would provide oversight and coordination for all funding related to Chinatown's development, improving governance and accountability. We suggest.
Unfortunately, that's time.
Do I get 5 minutes?
If you could just take maybe 10 or 20 seconds to wrap up, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So, in essence, we are requesting the city for more response financially and also structurally. By financially, we mean an annual fixed grant, and by structural support, we mean consider the possibility of establishing a MSCC in Ottawa, Chinatown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation today. Obviously, Chinatown is a treasure in Ottawa, and we are all, I think, concerned about the direction in which things are heading in Centertown and looking for ways to help. My understanding, and I need to pull up the report that's since been deferred. I think the Chinatown BIA has a very, very low levy compared to what other BIAs are charging. If the city were to choose to increase its financial commitment to Chinatown, would the BIA membership be willing to entertain a slightly higher levy in order to participate in that and be partners in that? And then secondly, I think the Chinatown BIA is proposing a fairly significant expansion that presumably will bring in further membership levies with which you can undertake capital and programming. How much is that going to help?
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So at the moment, the levy level of RBIA, I believe, is around at the average level of all BIAs in the city. It's not the highest, it's not the lowest per property wise. And that's just not enough. And also, you mentioned the possible expansion of RBIA. We're working with the city on this, and it won't be a significant expansion according to our feedback from the Economic Development Office. It would just be one block east to Lion Street, and we're not too sure if the city would allow us to take in some portion of Bronson Avenue.
Okay. When the expansion occurs, if it does occur, would it be your intention to use the new levies to reduce, or sorry, to the new fees? Would it be your intention to reduce the levies, or would it be to increase your revenues?
Thank you. So our revenues generated by the BIA levy is merely enough to support our routine maintenance, routine street beautification, such as the planters, street cleaning, banners, etc. It's like I said earlier, all the major beautification projects that happened in the past few years were funded by federal government. So the BIA levy is not enough for us to carry out any major street beautification projects.
Okay, I'd be interested to be a fly on the wall at some of those BIA board meetings, and I won't interfere too much with Councillor Troster's ward, but there is the potential for BIAs to raise their levies in order to accomplish projects. But I think the city would need to take a look at participating in that through some sort of matching. The MSC, I'm really interested in that notion. I mean, we have municipal services corporations in Ottawa, for example, the Market MSC. We need to have it run as an MSC because it is a landlord. It's signing lease agreements with folks. Is the MSC the right mechanism to spend the city's money as opposed to just putting it through the Economic Development Department?
First of all, let me touch on the BIA levy question. So, in the past few years, our percentage of BIA levy has been steadily growing by roughly between 6 to 10% in the past few years. And our board would rather not to increase that levy significantly, because that would mean extra financial burdens to our already struggling businesses. And to the MSC, it's just an idea here. I'm not sure how the MSC work. So the core of our request is to establish some sort of broader organization that can allow the BIA to have some capital assets, such as a housing for a Chinatown cultural center, and manage other assets that might have. And also the other reason for a organization like this is sometimes when we apply for provincial or mostly federal funding, the BIA is usually not eligible as a municipal local board. So that's why we're thinking, we're trying to explore the possibility of having something similar to a MSC or a umbrella, a bigger organization that oversees not only just the businesses, but the overall future of Ottawa's Chinatown, which includes economic and cultural development opportunities. Thank you.
It's intriguing, and I certainly understand the thrust. And I know Councillor Troster will probably be active in engaging on that with you. Speaking of which, I see that her hand is up, so I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Yu Kang. Nice to see you again. Thank you for all your relentless advocacy on behalf of Chinatown. You and I have spoken about your proposal, and I just wanted to let folks around the table know that I've committed to bring together the Community Association, the BIA, and city staff in the new year. I'm not sure if a municipal service corporation is the correct mechanism, but we also have a huge opportunity this summer with the public realm, with the Street Seats program extending into Chinatown, to pull some of those partners together to work on this project. I'm also trying to work on a pretty significant property acquisition that would make a big difference for the security of the neighborhood and also for animation. So just to let you know, this is something I'm working on. And I appreciate all your contributions. In terms of the cultural center piece, though, Yu Kang, I mean, as you know, the Vietnamese community, their Boat People Museum, you know, they raise money. They did have some grants, but they raised money for the piece of land that they own, and now they're working on a development project. In terms of an acquisition, can you explain a little bit more what you were thinking about? Because I know that there's been a real challenge in the community since one major restaurant that had a banquet hall went out of business that this community can't access anymore. Are you thinking of something like that, like the old Yangtze building?
Yes, that's one good example. I have been talking with my colleagues across the historical Chinatowns in Canada, and many cities have been giving the Chinatown, whether it's a BIA or a Chinatown development organization, those cities have been giving such organizations a physical place where community events, community services could take place. That's what I'm thinking. I know, looking at our street, we currently, I don't know if we could have, just can't see if there's such a place. I guess it's for us to explore the possibilities of, either by leasing or purchasing some properties within the neighborhood, considering we are looking at the possible expansion next year. Maybe after the expansion, when we know what areas we're going into, maybe we can see if there's any other possible locations or properties.
Well, let's continue this conversation offline. There also might be opportunities with some upcoming affordable housing developments with communal space that they have in those buildings to at least have some sort of an agreement for programming time. I'm not confident that the city is in a position to acquire an entire building on behalf of Chinatown, but there is some interesting development happening in the area where there may be a lot of potential, or we might be able to partner with the community health center. So I just want to thank you for being here. I appreciate all your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Thank you, Yu Kang. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
We'll go next to Kyle Humphrey, who is online as well, I believe. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today?
Good, thank you. Go ahead anytime.
In a city that's beholden to provincial and federal laws, there is so much to consider when we think about accessibility. From parks that continue to be replaced without accessibility in mind, to a downtown core that continues to be inaccessible to many, and so much more. We need a city whose employees all care about accessibility, so that something that affects more than 20% of our population doesn't fall to one accessibility office that is forced to do more with less. So much talk about cutting red tape. Let's cut the red tape that exists for everyone that relies on accessibility. We sat and heard Kyla from AI talk about the city is enabled. Let's make that happen. Let's position all of our constituents to have the most success that they can have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you for bringing that perspective. Next is Etienne Lefebvre from Strong Towns, Ottawa. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you, everyone. My name is Etienne Lefebvre. I'm a board member of Strong Towns Ottawa, and I'm here today to share my concerns about the $7.6 billion tax-supported infrastructure funding gap that remains unaddressed in the 2026 budget. I'm also here to seek clarity as to when Council can expect to receive the financial plan for tax-supported assets that was supposed to be included in the capital asset management plan back in June. As you well know, the rate-supported long-range financial plan was tabled to Finance Committee and Council. As a result of this, a plan was devised to address the $3 billion funding gap for water, sewer, and wastewater by increasing rates to service the debt needed. But we have yet to receive a financial plan on how the city plans to address the multi-billion-dollar tax-supported assets. And not having a plan has consequences. For example, we have $2.3 billion in road resurfacing backlog. That's in the 2026 budget, there's $135 million allocated for road resurfacing, but that really doesn't seriously address the scale of the backlog. Instead, it really simply manages the decline. And this is the same story for most city assets. Taking the initiative now to address how we plan to not only address our infrastructure funding gap, but tackle the root cause that led to us having a funding gap in the first place will ensure a city is in a strong financial position going forward and will help reduce our growing dependence on federal and provincial transfers to maintain our basic infrastructure needs. And so before I get to my questions, I just wanted to briefly go over a timeline of events here as it relates to the financial plan for the tax supported part of the $10.8 billion infrastructure funding gap. And so back in June 2025, the Capital Asset Management Plan identified a $10.8 billion asset maintenance funding gap over the next 10 years and provided a financial plan, but only for rate support infrastructure. This is a problem, especially because of Provincial Regulation 58/117 Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure that was adopted in the provincial legislature in 2018. It has clear requirements and deadlines regarding capital asset plans. It states that all municipalities in Ontario must develop an AMP with proposed levels of service, life cycle management, and critically financial strategy before July 1st of 2025. And so my understanding from exchanges with city staff is that those regulatory requirements regarding the tabling of our financial strategy would be satisfied when the long-range financial plans for rate tax transit were to be presented in June. But as we know, only the rate LRFPs were presented. And so when the tax-supported LRFPs were not presented in June, staff indicated that they would be tabled at the September 2nd Finance Committee. When they weren't presented in September, staff later indicated that they would not be tabled until April or May of 2026. And so in light of these constant delays, I'm quite concerned that this timeline might slip further, pushing critical decisions about our multi-billion-dollar funding gap after the upcoming 2026 election and allowing the deficit to grow even further. And so with that said, I have one question and one request for council. My first question is it fiscally responsible to approve a 2026 budget that does not address how we plan to tackle our $7.6 billion tax-supported infrastructure funding gap? And my request is if it's possible for a member of the committee to ask staff after the delegation period to provide a clear date as to when council will receive reports detailing the financial plan for the tax-supported infrastructure gap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for coming to present to us. I know that tax-supported long-range financial plan has been delayed. I think it was supposed to come last year, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around there. And it's coming, as I understand it, next year, I think, 2026. But I'll look to staff after your presentation because we can't ask questions of them now to get the exact clarity on when that's supposed to come along. I guess in terms of your recommendations to committee on changing the budget, what would you suggest?
I would say that I don't think I'm looking really at the long term. So the next, I'm planning on living here in Ottawa, for the rest of my life. So, not the next couple of decades. And what I want to ensure that, in 20 years from now, when I'm back at city council doing a delegation, we're not having the same discussions about, oh, there's hard decisions to make, what do we have to cut? I want to be in a city where it's an exciting time, budget time, where we're like, oh, what can we fund? What are the ways we can make our city, more enjoyable, more livable for everyone? And I feel like we've been robbed of that joy, and it's always these difficult conversations. And so I agree with you that it's important to give you a clear, concrete answer here, but I think it's going to take a long time. We're going to have the zoning bylaw is a good step. We need to allow more, a more productive land use pattern that increases our tax base, and I think that's a great focus. And yeah, I would just encourage generally to really think about the long term and how we can ensure that we're less reliant on the provincial transfers. How do we make our city just more strong and more self-reliant going forward? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next is Saad Khan. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, and everyone. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Saad Khan. As a public transit rider, I'm here today to ask City Hall to freeze all transit fares for 2026. For many of us in Ottawa, transit isn't really a choice. It's how we get to work, access essential services, and participate in the city. And as it stands, transportation is a good portion of our household budgets. As you might know, we are in a cost of living crisis. Housing, food, and transportation costs are rising faster than wages and social supports. 1 in 4 residents goes to bed hungry. The wait list for affordable housing now exceeds 15,000. And income inequality is at a record high, with wealth concentrated in fewer hands. Many Ottawa residents affected by the cost of living crisis rely on public transit, often because they simply can't afford a car. They aren't in a position to handle another fare hike, having seen the price of base fares rise from $3.80 to $4 in a year. Mayor Mark Sutcliffe himself said earlier this year that many Ottawa residents are struggling to make ends meet. Just last week, he wrote, "There's nothing more important than supporting the most vulnerable in our city." He is not wrong, and I agree with him. So why then are Mark Sutcliffe and city councillors hiking transit fares during a cost of living crisis when these hikes will hit the most vulnerable in our city the hardest? Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's why City Hall should freeze all transit fares for 2026. It's great that EquiPass, Community Pass, and Access Pass fares remain frozen. Why not extend that freeze to all transit fares to help Ottawa residents struggling to make ends meet? In fact, the staff have indicated that increasing the transit levy from 8% to 9% would fully offset the revenue expected from a 2.5% fare hike. Every year, the city estimates a certain amount of fare revenue. For 2026, that's $4 million. Yet, that level is missed. There is no guarantee that a fare increase would actually generate this $4 million in revenue. By contrast, raising the transit levy from 8% to 9% would be a more stable funding option and is very likely to generate more revenue for the city than a fare increase. Hence, I would strongly support this approach. I will also voice my support for Councillor DesRochers' motion to let anyone under 18 ride free on weekends and public holidays, and perhaps after 5 p.m. every day. offer 4 free paratransport rides for seniors per month, and extend transfer window to 105 minutes between 3 to 6 p.m. on weekdays. I'm further pleased by Councillor Mernard's efforts to look into youth passes. These are all steps in the right direction towards affordability. The 2026 budget is a great opportunity to ease the cost of living burden on Ottawa residents. On December 10th, I urge you to freeze all transit fares for 2026. There is nothing more important than supporting the most vulnerable in our city. And if that is truly the priority, then this budget needs to show that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Finally, Sam Hirsch, who is online. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hi. Can folks hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Good
Okay,
morning.
great. Good morning. Thanks. Thank you. There are many things that I could speak to in this budget today and this document, like the dire state of our transit system, like the previous delegate just spoke to as a result of 3 years of cuts and austerity by you, Chair, Mayor Sutcliffe, and the strain that many services are facing, which I will address in part. But what I want to focus on today is the large $30+ million increase that the police are getting, their largest in a decade and a half. Specifically, I'm asking this committee and the council to reject the OPS budget as presented and refer to in this report to this committee and send it back to the Ottawa Police Services Board if it does not include money that should be reallocated to programs like Anchor. I know you cannot look at the budget line by line, but you can reject it and send it back. Using jurisdictions or abilities is not an excuse to not make changes in advocacy that you are fully capable of making. I think we can all agree that Anchor, in large part, has been a success and must be made permanent. The only way to do that is to ensure it has stable, long-term funding and not just relying on funding from budget to budget. In 2021, under former board chair, the late Councillor Diane Deans, advocates and activists and community members like myself pushed the board to do something unprecedented, like reallocate $2.7 million away from policing and toward the guiding council that recommended a community-based response to the mental health crisis, which eventually led to Anchor. Though limited and still with too much police involvement, it has shown what is possible when we focus on a non-police response to mental health calls, but its mandate must be expanded, as I said. That real allocation of $2.7 million was not accidental. It happened because people demanded it, and it happened because the board and the council acknowledged, at least in that moment, that police should not be the default responders to mental health crises. We did it once, and we can do it again. Anchor is a better model, but it remains far too small, despite a small expansion into Kitchissippi Ward. Instead of expanding Anchor across the city into Rideau Vanier, where I live, into Heron Gate, and into so many other neighborhoods that need it, this budget proposes expanding police-controlled mental health programs that risk undermining it. The Mental Health Change Initiative and the Mobile Crisis Response Teams that are proposed in the budget take up much-needed resources, including the new youth-focused partnership with CHIO, all places police at the center of mental health response. The budget describes these as new initiatives, even though the OPS has tried similar approaches before and abandoned them. In 2015, reporting from CBC showed that earlier police mental health teams had already collapsed due to poor outcomes, lack of public trust, and because many of the health professionals and psychiatrists did not want to work with police. The Abdi inquest showed that police involvement in mental health crises can escalate harm rather than prevent it. The police budget frames mental health calls as a major driver of workload and therefore uses them to justify increased spending. But if mental health calls are such a significant part of police response, then the solution is not to increase spending on policing. It's to decrease police involvement by expanding community-led, non-police crisis services. I live in Lower Town and can tell you that more police funding, mounted horse units, a new police station has most certainly not led to more positive or outcomes for all neighbors, regardless of the state of their mental health or housing situation. We're in an affordability crisis, a housing crisis, and a climate crisis, not a policing crisis. And more police funding and police involvement in mental health has not led to better outcomes for us in that neighborhood and across the city. Proper funding for Anchor would allow it to operate citywide, remove the restrictive violent and non-violent triage model that still forces police into many calls, provide true 24-hour coverage, and ensure that calls involving Black, Indigenous, disabled, and unhoused residents are met with care rather than enforcement. It would allow It would also move crisis response further away from police control instead of absorbing it deeper into policing, which would be better for services across the city and for police. Ottawa should be proud that Anchor exists, though it is limited, and proud that community advocacy made it possible. But you cannot hold up Anchor as a success while refusing to fund it properly and still have police involvement. If you want to reduce harm, improve safety, and follow the evidence, then you must invest in the programs that actually keep people safe. Again, my request today is simple. Reject this report and the budget when it comes to council as is and send it back to the board. Reallocate a portion of it that is more than the current $700,000 allocation. Make it more stable funding, permanent funding, to expand Anchor into more wards, to build more independent non-police mental health crisis response, and to ensure that the police step back from mental health calls rather than using those calls as a justification for endless budget growth with very little positive outcomes to show for it. Ottawa residents have pushed this board to make have pushed the board to and this council to make this choice once before, and we can do it again. And the public is watching. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the delegation, Mr. Hirsch. Are you aware that this summer our independent internal auditor conducted an audit on the Ottawa Police Service staffing levels and identified that there was, in fact, a decades-long outdated targeting with regard to growth for the Ottawa Police? And would you have a comment to that?
Well, Councillor Hill, thanks for the question. I mean, I would just say that, again, I live in Lower Town, and, the market, I think many people would agree, is one of the most over-policed parts of the city. We've seen a lot of money, a lot of resources go there with police, like the new police station or whatever you want to call it, neighborhood resource center, mounted units, etc. This is the largest police increase we're seeing in years. And police themselves say crime is going up according to them. I mean, again, it's debatable what kinds of crime are going up, etc. But we keep putting more money into police, and according to them, crime keeps going up and up and up. So, I mean, I think it's time to try something different. We've seen the success of Anchor in Somerset Ward, where I think close to 95% of calls did not need to include police. So I think we need more of that across the city, especially where I live, and across the city. So that's what I would say to that.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Hirsch. I just wanted to identify that externally to City Council, aligned with the fact that Council cannot direct the police, understanding that Anchor does not deal with crime directly. We had an independent audit this summer that looked at staffing levels for the Ottawa Police and identified a deficiency. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, Sam, for being here. I just wanted to ask more about Anchor and its success, because I think I don't know if we've talked enough about how actually successful this program has been, not just in responding to an unmet need in the community, but also in diverting police calls, expensive police calls, for a much less expensive system. It launched in August of 2024 and responded to 4,464 calls over the ensuing 12 months. And many of those calls would have gone straight to police. So just in terms of a cost-effective budget item, Sam, do you think that this sort of investment can actually save the city money?
Yeah, and I don't have a specific number on that, but I mean, it's cheaper, to spend money on preventative measures rather than reactive measures, which is exactly what the police are, right? Police don't prevent crime; they react to crime. And just as a further response to like Councillor Hill, I mean, he speaks of staffing issues with the police, but what about staffing issues when it comes to Anchor? If we could increase the staffing levels in Anchor and expand it across the city, or at least in places where we need it, that would have less of a burden on police, so less of a need for more staff. And less of a need for more spending on there, and reallocating spending. I think that's what Councillor Hill talks about a lot. What the Mayor Sutcliffe, what you talk about a lot, is having more efficient spending. And I think it's more efficient to spend less on police and more on programs like Anchor, so we spend less money and use it more efficiently.
Anchor's been such a success that the program was able to respond to 92% of calls without the need for police intervention. In cities like Toronto, we saw a similar pilot take place, and then it was expanded all across the city right away. Ottawa's been kind of this has been such a success, but we've been, I guess, slow to adopt some of the funding needed to continue to offset police costs with this program. with just $700,000 in this budget, with a over $26 million increase in the police, kind of outsized compared to Anchor. I guess, what are your thoughts on the need to expand this program in the city of Ottawa to many more communities much faster than the slower pilot that we've seen unfold in the city?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's great to see the success that we've had with Anchor in Somerset Ward. But you know, like I think that's some of the problems. Sometimes we put in place these programs and then we don't fund them enough, and then they fail, and they're like, oh look, we didn't. They failed, but the reason that they fail is because they don't get enough funding. So I think what we need to do is really jumpstart the funding and give also the folks at Anchor like the capacity that they need. So not just giving them funding and being like, and then them not knowing really what to do with it, but we need to give them the capacity that they need and the money that they need, again, so they can expand more than just one word. Again, like I think about where I live, and it would be a place that really would benefit from it. And more parts of Kitchissippi Ward, more parts of Somerset Ward. But like, why are we not expanding it into Rio Vania, where there's a huge need for that, right? Like, I think we really need to do that and to increase services there.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument I think we made this is needed everywhere, in every single ward across the city. And I think the city should be proud of this program. I'm certainly proud of it. I'm proud of the motions we passed. I'm proud of the mayor for bringing this in when we did, and for this council for supporting this program and staff for supporting this program. Now, I think, given its success, we've seen its success. It's time to expand this program and ensure that it gets not just the funding it deserves, but the savings that come from its expansion by not having more expensive police resources go when not needed, when this team can handle so much of the calls that it does without that intervention. So, Sam, appreciate your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. That's it for the delegations, so I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions of staff. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Excuse me. I'm just looking over to Councillor Menard, who I think intends to ask about the long-range financial plan. Okay, so I'll leave that question for him. So I have two questions. The first is with the rail contingency fund. Obviously, it's a big increase in how much of a contingency is being asked for, well above what was previewed the last time we approved an increase to the contingency fund. There's 156.5 million, I think. I'm wondering if Mr. Charter could take us through why that contingency fund is needed, or extra contingency.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, back in 2023, when we brought forward the request for contingency increase, it was forecasted at that time based on the known factors of 53 million, and there's a lot that's changed since then to now. So it's an increase of a little over 100 million. And the breakdown, looking at that, is so of the 156 million, you've got approximately 6.5 million is associated with the ongoing external engineering and safety oversight and legal and financial supports related to the outstanding stage 1 construction claims. And that includes the axle bearing assembly issue that we've talked about here extensively. So there's the ongoing costs associated with that. And then you look at the remaining 150 million, it's broken down into sort of two very broad categories. The first being 70 million, which is additional funding required due to the extended project timelines for line 2 and 4, as well as the extended timelines for the east extension. So the project's gone longer. So costs associated with staff and external consultants, including safety professionals, safety assessors, systems integrators, all those types of professionals. So there's that increased cost associated with that, and that totals up to about 70 million. We've got that broken down about approximately 30 million for staff, 15 million for consultants, 10 million for ongoing traffic mitigation measures, and then another 10 million for legal and professional services associated with financial analysts and those types of things. And then the other large bucket is approximately 80 million. That's to replace the contingency. That's a result of the ongoing risk, claims management, and just updated forecasts. And we broke it down into variations risks and delays. And largely it's based upon new information or updated forecasts. So a few of the big bucket items there in terms of the variations aspect. We've got new fencing and safety security measures along parts of the alignment that wasn't previously considered, including the Montreal flyover, Lincoln Fields and Holly Acres stations, those areas. There's ongoing work with regards to noise and mitigation. So we're looking at additional mitigation, noise mitigations during the construction, but as well once the line is implemented in the areas, and I'm just going to sort of broad area between Tunney's Pasture and Queensview Station, in that area, excluding obviously the Cut and Culver Tunnel. And then there's some ongoing variations with regards to RGG technical support. If you recall, RGG is providing support during the testing commissioning phase with technicians and all that sort of stuff, but we also added some additional capacity in that we moved trains out to the west end so that they can do some testing commissioning activities concurrently to the east, and that's a change. With regards to the risks aspect of it, we've got ongoing risks that we've been managing with regards to the Richmond Road complete streets, trail road facility and soil contamination. The volumes of soil, that was originally forecasted is much higher than what was originally anticipated. So that's resulting in some increased costs and claims from the contractor, but as well as some increased costs with regards to disposal fees. And then there is another big item that we're tracking with regards to the overpass, the cost sharing arrangement with the overpass over line 2, over the via tracks. And then the last bucket there is just general delay, potential costing associated with general delays, some consultant costs, but CAV and RTG claims. So we want to make sure that we have funding associated with potential claims that might come forward.
So some of the previous contingency has been used. You've outlined the ways in which we anticipate further use of it. At the end of the year, at the end of 2026, how much of that additional contingency do you expect will have been spent, and how much will remain as contingency against costs in future budget years?
It's a tough question to answer. With a lot of things need to follow through in terms of how we manage the delays and those ongoing discussions that we have with the contractors, final costing associated with the variations that are being input, and then as well the ongoing traffic mitigations and noise wall, those types of things. So it's hard to project, but I do anticipate that there will be a future ask as well for some additional contingency in the future years. And I think we put forward some funds as part of that forecast, but really hard to project how much will be remaining at the end of 2026, but we are forecasting for additional contingency asks, not at this level, in future years.
So in previous reports asking council for authority to increase the contingency, that previewed amount was set out fairly explicitly. This amount is obviously much higher than what we were asked in the previous report. Is there some reason why you wouldn't give us an idea of what those future pressures might be today as you bring forward this ask?
We'll just ask my colleague Richard Holder to come up. We can provide a little bit more insight into the future potential contingency asks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do have money that we're projecting that we will be coming back to ask for. I think it's approximately 36 million for 2027, 2028. And so I guess at this point, we have a little bit of reticence as to giving a precise number for how much we think we would have left at the end of 2026. We're looking at it more from a full project budget perspective. So asking for approximately 150 million now, but expecting that for 2027 and 2028, we'll need another 30 for a total of 180. But the precise numbers that we will need at the end of next year will very much depend on the progress of the project.
Okay, I understand that reticence. In the last report, we were told to expect a pressure of, I can't remember, 56 million or 55 million. It turns out to be 156 million. So I understand that there is some reticence to try to put a number on it. I appreciate the ballpark, though, that you've given us of around $36 million. And hopefully it's not much more than that. How much... in total, we've had several rounds of increasing the contingency now. How much has that compared to, or what is the total of those 3 consecutive asks?
Mr. Mayor, I think I have that. Just give me 1 second. The amount of contingency that's been added to the Stage 2 East extension is, say, approximately 470 million, just under 10% of the total value of the project.
The it's obviously contingency is a tough one to get right at the beginning of a project, and in this project particularly, given the effects of the pandemic, the lockdowns, the effects that that's had on all aspects of the supply chain, it's understandable. But I wonder if you are taking lessons with respect to contingency planning on future infrastructure projects. What lessons are we taking away from that?
Thank you for the question. When we have come to the point that we have gone into revenue service for each of the projects, then we always have a lessons learned exercise, and that's an exercise that is run internally, but also in conjunction with our contractors and our builders. And so we have reports available that talk about the lessons learned from Stage 1 project, the start of the first line, the Trillium Line project. We're currently planning to have a lessons learned exercise for the expansion to the east once we get into revenue service out to Trim. And so it's certainly an ongoing process, and it'll be part of the project records that we will have those lessons learned, including a discussion around the adequacy of the budgets that are provided and the contingencies that are included in that budgeting exercise.
The call it asserted inadequacy of the contingencies for Lansdowne has been a public discussion. We do have another big infrastructure project coming up with respect to however we decide to handle our solid waste moving forward. That will again be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and learning the lessons from our other big infrastructure projects will be absolutely critical. Remind me again, when is Line 1 East Extension going into revenue service?
Mr. Mayor, soon.
Thought I had you. So one second question, thanks to the mayor for his indulgence, or I guess I got 2 minutes left. My other question was on page 35 of the FinCo budget, which is the Service Ottawa operating resource requirement. The very top line is the operating expenditures for Service Ottawa, in which we are not budgeting to spend really any significantly more amount of money, 0.1%, I guess, on Service Ottawa. And I'm just wondering how that will be an adequate budget.
Mr. Mayor, so we've actually added a couple of resources this year, and what we've found those through is throughout my department, I found vacancies that I'm leveraging. So that, in combination with some of the technology and the AI initiatives that we're doing, that's why there's no request for additional resources at this time.
Okay, so AI, I get the hope that that technology will help us run it more efficiently and achieve some savings. And I'm sorry, what was the first part of that? If you could unpack that for me a little, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, in 2025, we added a few resources, and I found those resources. There was a couple of resources through the budget, but there was a couple other resources that I found within the Finance and Corporate Services Department that I reallocated efforts over there. Specifically, was the setup of a new quality assurance team. So there's a small team of 3 in Service Ottawa that's really about providing concierge type service for QA, supporting the councillors and the councillor assistance offices. So if there's a need for more, I'll first look to find within my existing overall resource complement.
So those folks were doing one thing and now they'll be doing another?
Or vacancies. So if a vacancy comes up, I first look at, okay, where do I need the highest priority to use that resource? If that resource is required in Service Ottawa, then I can take that resource from that vacancy from another area in my shop. That's an example.
Great. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is mostly on economic development, and I guess I would like to start by saying, when we talk about economic development, everything's economic development. You know, really and truly, when we build more housing, it's economic development. When police make our streets safer, helps with economic development. Community social services, finding people better ways to be healthy, it improves economic development. What isn't? Transit is. You name it, it is. Owning Hydro Ottawa is economic development. Everything's economic development. In this budget, though, you see a line that has economic development and there's a number attached to it. And so I guess I would say that besides that being confusing for some people, but hopefully not anybody in this room, I do want to understand a little bit more about what that is actually allocated to. So I ask that because, you know, due to the mayor's work with Bloomberg, we've been so fortunate to have Bloomberg come and look at the Canada North Tech Park, and we're about to have them go and look at the airport. And with the Canada North Tech Park Special Economic District, they have some recommendations that I feel will make some changes, cost some money, but will in the end improve economic development. I'm just wondering if, I don't know, maybe it might be Debbie Stewart that has some comments on that. Do we think that there's enough in that budget line item to manage some of this that's about to come to us?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. So in terms of the economic development line items, so here we're looking at the operating budget. So aside from the staff, so the compensation items, there's about 6.6 million that is for non-compensation operating. And that is fairly consistent with what we saw last year. It primarily goes to our economic development partners, so Invest Ottawa, OMIC, et cetera, as well as the grant programs that we do deliver. And then some additional funds to support things like the nightlife, delivery of the nightlife action plan or the economic development strategy. You're correct that we are very fortunate to, and we're taking advantage of the opportunity to work very closely with Bloomberg Associates and have really been able to, I would say, accelerate quite significantly on a number of plans and strategies with them, including this year, the Small Business Needs Assessment and Action Plan, the Canada North, and soon to come, the Airport Special Economic District plans. And so we're able to accomplish a lot more by leveraging their capacity and their expertise. And that continues through next year. So with that in mind, and with the internal capacity that we have, I do feel that we're well positioned to advance things and feel that the team has done a really excellent job in terms of accomplishing a number of significant priorities in the past year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that answer. I will just say to council colleagues that, you know, I know you've read all of this, but a highlight to table 3B on page 20 of the savings that the Service Review Working Group came up with. That's the page where they're listed, the specific line items that added on the 50-something million or almost 50 million this year, getting up to over 250 million, which would equal about a 12% tax increase that residents are not seeing. So really appreciate certainly the work of Councillor Carr, Councillor Skalski, the mayor, but staff that came and presented from every department, all of our partners that came and spoke to us and talked to us about where they thought they could come up with some savings, be more efficiency, avoid some costs, and look at revenue generating opportunities. So I really appreciate the time. That was a lot of time, a lot of meetings, a lot of effort behind the scenes to all of our senior management team. And another thanks to our Agile working group that has complemented that work so well, differentiating where we could be more agile as opposed to what the other categories I listed. So really appreciate all the councillors that work on that. Councillor Kitts and Councillor Brown here. I'm just thinking about who else is on that committee. I don't have the list in my head. Maybe the mayor knows off the top of his head, but thank you very much to all the councillors on that group. Oh, Councillor Plant, I believe, is on there.
Councillor Plant, Councillor Hubley,
And Councillor Hubley.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for this informative presentation. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions, so just let me know when I've asked my share. Councillor Leeper asked about the start date for the East End Confederation line, but the budget must contain some assumptions on what that date will be, whether it's January 1st or April 1st. What date is reflected in the actual budget?
revenue service for the east extension is based on full year.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. My questions are going to be all over the place. So Service Ottawa, which looks after 311, the incoming calls from the public and staff, a number of concerns have been raised throughout the year, particularly on weekends, about the long wait times for members of the public to register their service requests or concerns. Can staff just speak to how this is being addressed and whether the budget for 2026 is adequate to ensure service standards are being met?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So the biggest change or biggest challenge we've had in 2025 with volumes is solid waste. So because the transition over to the 3-bag limit, that is the major driver of the increase and the major driver of the wait times. So we're actually working, Michelle's the Director of Service Ottawa, she's working closely with Shelley and Alana's team to do more preventative planning, I guess, if you will, if you label it that way, to try and get ahead of that. What we've also done as well is we reallocate additional temporary resourcing on those peak demand times. During the week, that's the largest component of calls. When you move into the weekends, it really depends on seasonality. Typically what you find is ramping up now for the winter season, we will see a little bit of a spike in calls if there's a snow event coming. So we're using our casual pool to staff up for those times. So, the short answer is the biggest challenge we faced in 2025 is solid waste, and we're working closely with solid waste to kind of put some more preventative measures against that volume.
Okay, thank you for that. The administrative personnel who are processing the speed enforcement camera tickets, what's the plan in 2026 for these staff members?
So, Mr. Mayor, at this point, as we all know, the cameras were effectively turned off on November 13. There's still quite a bit of backlog in terms of collections to occur on those outstanding tickets. I will be back before PWIC specifically as part of Alana's update on the Road Safety Action Plan in terms of what that means. So we're going through a process to figure out, what are the optimal options that we have in terms of, again, we have quite a bit of backlog of revenue to collect. The cameras get turned off, but we still got to collect. So that work is still ongoing. And we'll be back in Q1 with an updated plan in terms of what that looks like.
Is there a possibility, given just normal attrition in an organization so large as the City of Ottawa, that these employees will be absorbed into the corporation?
Mr. Mayor, 100%. These are staff and talent that we like to keep. So that's what my commitment is. My leader's commitment as well is to make sure we have a plan that we can kind of, benefit from those existing staff that are trained up, part of our culture, part of our organization, and leverage those.
Yeah. That's good. Okay. We heard it when Build Ottawa presented their annual report, challenges for selling property. They referenced market conditions weren't favorable, overly favorable. Is our strategy going to change in 2026 to meet term of council revenue priorities?
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. So with regards to Build Ottawa, there have been some years where market conditions were difficult. The team supporting Build Ottawa continued to work on marketing the properties. And so we're actually at a place where we will see in this year, 12 properties sell. Well, there are currently 8 that are pending, but we'll see that conclude either in this calendar year or in 2026. And we're anticipating another 14 properties to be sold next year. So we'll have significant revenue years, and in particular next year quite high from property sales. This does not reflect, enhanced market conditions. It's just the fact that these sales are actually just converging at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. The Nightlife Action Plan and the Downtown Action Plan, when will this committee receive the next update on progress that these two plans, when's the next report that we can expect?
Thank you. So in Q1 2026, we'll be coming to committee and council with an update, on the economic development strategy implementation, as well as the update on the Nightlife Action Plan. So you'll see those come forward. In Q1 2026, we'll be coming forward with the Byward Market redevelopment scenario, the more detailed scenario. And then in Q2 2026, coming forward with the response to a motion that was brought forward through the Housing Acceleration Plan that was focused heavily on downtown. So that'll be come forward in Q2, and we'll also include an update on implementation of various action items, including the city-led initiatives through the Ottawa Border Trade Initiative.
So even though the Board of Trade is responsible or is the lead on the downtown action plan, this committee will receive an update. Did I hear correctly, Q2?
To clarify, that'll be what we're going to do is because there is a motion that includes a number of new items and there are city-led initiatives under the Ottawa Border Trade, we're going to bring that together so that council will have a fulsome view of the city's efforts related to the downtown revitalization.
Okay, fair enough. And Mayor, just on page 60 of the budget, the municipal accommodation tax, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding the numbers, so I just want to ask the treasurer, what did we, first of all, why, just clarification, why is it in the City of Ottawa's budget if it's a tax collected by private outside parties? And can you clarify the total amount that was collected, I guess we'll say 2024, just so I make sure I fully understand. I see different numbers here on this page. If the treasurer could just clarify.
Mr. Mayor, yes. So number one, we collect on behalf of the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association. Then we remit that money back to the tourism industry. So as per regulation, 50% needs to be allocated back to tourism. Then councils decide to put the other 50% back into tourism as well. In this budget, we're moving from 5% to 6%, as discussed during the Lansdowne report. And in here, you see a $5.5 million increase that reflects that 1% increase. So you'll see an expense increase and an offsetting increase in revenue. So we collect it in, and then we allocate it back out to various tourism initiatives, working with Ottawa Tourism and the OGT, Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association, OGHA.
Yeah. Okay, so I may have forgotten that point. That so when, for example, a hotel charges this tax, the tax is emitted directly to the City of Ottawa. City of Ottawa gives Ottawa Tourism their share of that tax.
Yes, and then there's funding, Mr. Mayor, there's funding allocated towards tourism initiatives across the city.
Okay, and good news on the PILT front, expecting doom and gloom. The number actually went up. You referenced 2 additional federal properties as well as increased revenues from the airport. What was the additional revenues from the airport?
So, Mr. Mayor, kind of rewinding back to COVID, the airport is based on flights in and out, so passenger volumes. So, obviously going into the pandemic, there was a significant reduction in passenger volumes. So really, we're just getting back to that, steady state, if you will, in terms of calibrating the number to what we actually see from a passenger volume perspective.
Okay, so does the 2026 budget include a higher amount, just we're trending upwards and that is expected to continue
Yes,
increase?
correct.
Okay. And finally, do we provide funding to Tourism Ottawa in addition to the municipal accommodation tax? Are we providing funding to the Board of Trade directly or Invest Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, for the tourism answer, the answer is no. For Invest Ottawa, we do provide funding through Debbie Shop in terms of Invest Ottawa, and then the other one was
the Board of Trade.
Board of Trade, I do believe is no, nothing for Board of Trade.
No, and just to clarify, Invest Ottawa, how much did they receive?
It's approximately 4.6 million.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just yield the floor at this time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, all the work, and for coming to the our consultation that we've held in the past. I really appreciate Cyril and your team, as well as our transit folks, Troy and Sonia with the library for coming and speaking with us, and Pat as well in transit. I wanted to just pick up on the debt for LRT, the new debt that we're taking on. Are we anticipating future budgets will have more potential funding needed for LRT?
Mr. Mayor, so from a contingency perspective, we do have in the template a forecast of, I think it's 31.6 million in 2027, 1 million in 2028, and 1 million in 2029. So that's the 34 or so million that was referenced earlier. So that's projected there. But other than that, that's what all the projection is for LRT at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess the the question around the LRT is really whether or not we're going to see more potential legal settlements in the future, and how much those could be above and beyond the 37 million, et cetera. Are we anticipating that we could go above those figures, or is that just the contingency as a result of the project rolling out as it normally would?
Mr. Mayor, the information that is in this budget is based upon what we're seeing in terms of claims and in the trends with those claims. But we are really trying to forecast as best we can based upon what we're seeing. So hard to answer that question. But we are looking at, as I said, the trends, the claims that we have, and trying to forecast forward what other potential claims there could be.
Okay. A portion of that is coming from the from development charge debt. I normally under DC debt, this transit funding would go to other potential capital projects in those areas. We're using that instead to kind of backstop the LRT contingency. Do I have that right? Otherwise, this fund could have been used for other, say, BRT capital projects or whatnot in those areas.
Mr. Mayor, ultimately it aligns to the DC background study. So if the project is in the study, that's where we kind of attach the DC to it. From a transit perspective, 2/3 are DC funded. So that's where the funding comes from, and is aligned to this project. Simple answer is yes. If that project wasn't there, if there's more space and capacity for another BRT, then that could be in the DC background, but it's really much aligned to the existing DC background.
Okay, I'll just say, Mayor, and this has been something of concern for me over the years, is our public-private partnerships. There is no silver bullet there. We say that they could keep costs down. Sometimes they do the opposite. It's been pointed out by the Auditor General in Ontario, and these costs can rise significantly with public-private partnership contracts and with large companies that are legally motivated for a profit interest. So I continue to be concerned about large projects being public-private partnerships and our legal costs. On the long-range financial plan for tax, Cyril, I know we've had discussions about this, and just remind me, when is this expected to come forward to council?
Mr. Mayor, that'll be coming forward early in 2026. That work has begun, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay, and I know we had talked, but I thought maybe 2025, but you're thinking Q1 2026?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm thinking early Q1. I don't want to be back here, and if it's April, so don't hold me to a March or February. The plan is early in Q1 for sure. Whether that's February, March, or April, give me a little bit of flex.
Okay, no, appreciate that. Thank you. The Hydro Ottawa dividends are in this budget as well. We always bookmark $20 million for those annually. It looks like we're having a surplus from the 2025 year of about $2,300,000. Where would those funds be allocated?
So, Mr. Mayor, as part of the normal, annual process from a disposition perspective, surpluses in one area address deficits in other areas. So really that's going to fall to the bottom line. And I'll use the example given the questions around land sales. We're not going to achieve our land sales targets this year. So this is a great scenario where, we'll have a deficit on that line, but we'll have a surplus on this line. So that helps offset that. So that's how we kind of mitigate against the ins and outs of this big budget overall.
Okay. I know we've allocated that funding in the past, just saying if there is surplus, here's where it should go. We had done that for environment budgets in the past. That's still a possibility in the future, I take it, is to say if the hydro dividends are producing a surplus beyond the 20 million, council could allocate that to a specific priority.
Mr. Mayor, yes, if that's council's will and desire, and absolutely staff would take that direction and follow through.
Okay, I appreciate that. The disposition is it April? April would come back here? Okay, thank you. Just on the speed cameras, so last year I think we brought in, it was 31 million that was brought in by those speed cameras for people that are speeding in these zones, and then put into public safety initiatives for traffic calming. This year we're anticipating 11 million, I guess, from the beginning part of the year and how it rolls out. So I just, in terms of the hole in the budget now as a result of the provincial government's changes that reduce safety for people in our city, and obviously make everybody pay instead of the people that are speeding in these zones, and say that the only way that a legitimate ticket can be given is if it's by, it's a cash grab. If it's a camera, it's not a cash grab if it's a police officer for some reason. How are we dealing with that hole in the budget? I know you say you're bringing it back to PWIC, but in this budget itself, what are you doing to mitigate on that front? Because I think I saw 31 million of 1 year collected, and this year I think we're anticipating only an 11 million offset. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's about a $20 million delta there.
Mr. Mayor, so I don't mind, it's more of a PWIC committee budget, but so it's approximately 15 million is what we have in the road safety action plan. So we refer to the PWIC committee book, you'll see the road safety action plan program project there. We have 15 million there. So what I discussed at PWIC committee last week was what we've done is we basically put a lock on that program, excluding PXO work. So the road safety program funds a lot of different initiatives. So from at this juncture, given the timing in terms of where we're at with our budget and the process and how this bill was finally approved, we basically locked that capital project, excluding PXOs. So the land team will proceed to do PXO work in 2026. We'll be back in Q1 with the road safety action plan update. And in that budget or in that report, this will articulate what's changing. What I can say, there's about 11 to 14 million of uncollected ASE revenue tickets to be collected. There's also a backlog of WIPs and projects that are still in flight. So that's the work that we'll flush out through the update through the road safety action plan.
Okay, thanks for that detail. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, long couple of weeks, and I appreciate everything. I want to thank you, Cyril and gang, for displaying in simple language what the breakout is. When you see even last year's 2025 budget for transit, it was like 925 on 415. I don't know who pays 415, by the way, but now it's 999 on 415. So you can see how these things compound very quickly, and it gives a clearer picture for the public. When we're talking about the ridership on LRT, as a city, we realize we're doing return to work on the 1st, but we've heard the worst kept secret, the feds are going to send people back. Are we in constant communications with the federal government, and have we budgeted any of that, or would that be, I don't want to call it gravy, would that be additional ridership that wasn't anticipated over the next year before they return in 2027? Even though it's not officially public, do we have communications with the federal government at this point?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have ongoing conversations with them from time to time, whether it be return to office or things like, over the Christmas holidays and the early closures, those types of things. So we have ongoing conversations with them. Our ridership for next year is based on 82%. And we have that capacity on the LRT, more than enough capacity to manage that. On our bus side of things, we know that there's capacity, and we make our quarterly service changes where we see requirements to adjust the service. So, but yes, ongoing conversations with the federal government, and we have capacity in the system should we see an increase. What we foresee, though, is we're likely already seeing that increase now on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. You'd see maybe an increase on the Mondays and Fridays, which tend to be the slower days.
Great, and that's where I was kind of driving, is we haven't really, we've done a very conservative budget, looking at what we have in front of us today, but any additional, like the Mondays or Fridays, would be additional revenue we would see coming in, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. I'm also looking at just a general budget question. Obviously, I'm always very fearful of MPAC. Have our provincial partners, I know Wendy always chuckles every time I do that in Cyril, but it's true. It's been how long since we've had an MPAC assessment? 8 years, or is it 10? I forget now.
Mr. Mayor, just about 10 years, 2016.
10 years. that's supposed to be done every 4 years. Wonderful. So I know it's no new revenue for the city, but it's always just a reminder, certain communities are going to get slammed at some point. Has there been any indication? I know some people have received these impact notices, but they're saying no change. Do we hear anything from the province whatsoever? Or do they plan on remarketing or figuring out the hotspots in Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, we have no confirmed date of when that will occur or what that will look like. We'll find out, and as soon as I find out, I will be sure to let committee and council know.
Wonderful, thank you. And when it comes to the actual budget on the floor, when we get to that point, is there opportunities? I know we always have look for a savings and find a, if you want to add something, remove and all that sort of stuff. Is there an opportunity if we were to say, let's just remove an item? Do we have that opportunity at the table to say we can remove it at the will of council?
Mr. Mayor, you would have to have an offset. So at the end of the day, we need to, like as I've stated many times, we're required to present a balanced budget. So anything that comes off needs to be substituted with something else to fill that gap. So if you take a revenue source off, then we got to, we have less revenue coming in, so we got to take an expense off. So we need.
I'm actually talking the opposite. If I want to remove an expense, do I have to find something else?
Yes, I would need to, if you give me additional savings, I need to allocate that to something else. I can always allocate that to my tax stabilization reserve, as an example.
Yeah, I know a lot of people would want it. So that would go into a reserve. If we were just to say, look, we see an item, we'd like to remove this item. We just don't know where we want to put that money. We'll put it somewhere, but we don't want to dedicate it to something. Does that exist?
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I would be shocked if that would occur, because I'm sure there's many councillors around the table that would put a motion to use that funding. So you have options, whether you contribute that to one of our reserves, or another motion would come forward to take that and use it for something else.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank staff for the work they've done in the budget, specifically around the Agile Government Working Group and AI. I appreciate the shout out from Councillor Curry and for all of the members of the Agile Government Working Group, including Councillors Plant and Hubley. A lot of work has gone into it, and I think it shows that there's a great capacity here in a relatively short amount of time to find those savings and efficiencies that taxpayers expect us to identify. I do want to comment, though, Mr. Mayor, on what we heard from one of the delegates regarding transit and policing. And I do find it difficult when we keep saying one service is taking away from another service, because it's not true, but we do hear it often from some of our colleagues and some delegates. In 2023, the actual spend, according to the budget book for transit, was $755.9 million. And $433.1 million for police. In 2026, the proposed budget for transit is $938.7 million for that transit, and then police is $484 million. If we look at what we've spent from 2023 to the proposed 2026 budget, that would mean Ottawa has spent $3.3 billion on transit, operating it, and $1.8 billion for policing. The total increase from the 2023 budget to the proposed 2026 budget for transit is $182.7 million, and the increase from the 2023 budget to the proposed 26 budget for police is about $50.8 million. That shows an increase for transit of 24.18% and an increase for the police budget of about 11.74%. The difference in the 2026 budget for policing to transit is $454.7 million. We are not bankrupting transit because we are spending more on police. So let's just stop saying that now. We now have the facts in front of us. But Cyril, my numbers are in the ballpark?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's about right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. And I did also want to thank staff for all the hard work that they've undertaken during this budget season. I know budget season for Cyril is actually always ongoing, and I also appreciate the work of other staff members who have attended many of our consultations. I loved your consultation so much that you've had 3 in my ward, including one for the racialized and Black communities who really appreciate the information that's being shared. In that vein, I know that the Black community specifically is concerned about economic development and economic development opportunities. And so I wanted to really direct a question to supply services. And I'm just wondering if you can outline what strategies are being deployed in terms of social procurement, whether that's vendor outreach, splitting contracts, innovation pilots, or bid design. What types of tools are being employed to encourage more participation from Ottawa's diverse communities in terms of contract opportunities at the City of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So we do have a social procurement framework, which we introduced a couple of years ago. I think one of the bigger things we've done this year in light of tariffs and the issues ongoing globally is really increasing our thresholds in terms of investing locally. So I've talked a lot about in terms of making sure we increase the flexibility so we can reach more of the local business community, if you will. So we work closely with those opportunities. We've increased the thresholds to 125K to make it more easy and accessible to get into the procurement system, if you will. One of the key things that Joanne Graham, my chief procurement officer, she really does a lot of outreach. So if there's any community group or any industry that's reaching out to the councilor's assistants or your offices, please reach out to myself and Joanne. We've had a number of sessions myself with the Ukraine business as an example. We're helping educate those areas in terms of how the system works, because it can be a complex system, and just by having that understanding is kind of a key. So I think if you do hear more, I would point them our way, because we can always have a sit down in terms of understanding and education. Seems to go a long way, if you will.
No, we appreciate that. We know we're spending a tremendous amount of money in the community, and there are definitely firms that are owned by the diverse communities that can accommodate the needs. And so we definitely will be working with yourself and others in terms of city staff, in terms of outreach. We've heard requests from the community to have more workshops and to have more information that is delivered directly into the community, not unlike the budget consultation that I held last week. And we're going to continue to do that into the new year. I do have some questions around spending on legal services. Legal services currently operates with 35 FTEs, and no new positions have been proposed in this budget. Given anticipated increases in development activity, appeals, and legislative interpretation due to all the ongoing provincial planning reforms that we're seeing, I'm wondering if staff can confirm whether the existing complement is sufficient and how they plan to manage potential workload pressures.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Legal services is functioning within our current resources, and we are monitoring those pressures as the question alludes to. And we've seen that through, for example, the development review audit and also the enhancements through the Housing Innovation Task Force. Through the process, we're streamlining some processes with our internal and our external stakeholders. We're also very grateful that we do have some temporary funding through to service the development review process, and we're monitoring that process into 2026 to pivot accordingly. So I will certainly report back to committee and council in 2026 on any developments in that regard.
And I was just wondering if you could also briefly comment as to how legal services might be contributing to reducing red tape and enhancing and speeding up applications.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Legal services will be providing updates on for example, in the development review process shortly to council. but certainly legal services is a pivotal part of that streamlining process. We're a nimble group, and we have to prioritize our work. And I think we're at the forefront in working with our partners, for example, in planning, development and building services and other internal stakeholders on those improvements.
Thank you so much. And I do have one last question that surrounds artificial intelligence. I'm really thankful for the report that we have here. I know that many in the Agile Government Working Group, as well as Councillor Brown, has been really pushing for the greater application of artificial intelligence to improve efficiencies at the city. I was just wondering whether the city is establishing a registry, not unlike what we heard the federal government has done to catalog where AI is being utilized in the corporation.
Mr. Mayor, so yes, so that's what we're, we know and from an IT perspective where it's being used, and I think that's the work that kind of coming out of today's meeting or today's presentation is we will be doing a broad review of where all those inventory is across the organization.
And that inventory will be reported out to council through memo?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We will provide council an update in terms of the work that's being done with respect to artificial intelligence. I think what you're going to see coming through is, and you'll see a lot of this through the Agile Government Working Group in terms of how we're advancing this across the city, but we do intend to keep council up to date as well.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the potential of the innovation through the application of AI. We appreciated the reporting that was undertaken in this presentation. I think it's very important for us to continue to apply that technology and to seek greater efficiencies through it, as well as ensure that we can really improve our residents' experience when they're dealing with local government through it. The application of that tool, especially in terms of streamlining our development application process, I think can have some real applications. It can have some real impact economically, and we're looking forward to the continual deployment of those tools at the City of Ottawa. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. For staff, how much of the 2026 budget is dedicated to expenses that are related to Lansdowne 2.0?
Mr. Mayor, there's additional 1.3 million allocated for the debt servicing as approved by Council in 2023 and subsequently a few weeks ago.
Can you confirm for me what the overall city budget value is for 2026?
Mr. Mayor, the operating budget is $5.2 billion.
Thank you. And is $1.3 million representative of 1% of the overall budget?
Mr. Mayor, would be a lot smaller than that.
Opponents to Lansdowne loudly decreed that there be a 1% Lansdowne 2.0 tax. Are there any other expenses in this year's budget that could be related to Lansdowne 2.0 that could take that number up to 1%?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Do you anticipate that future budgets will have a significantly higher cost than $1.3 million that are related to future budgets to pay down the Lansdowne debt?
Mr. Mayor, no. It was very much in line with the funding strategy that was presented.
Thank you. What operations, services, and infrastructure have been canceled or delayed in order for the city to pay the $1.3 million cost in this year's budget for Lansdowne 2.0?
Mr. Mayor, none.
If the city was to have rejected Lansdowne 2.0, would there have been a change to the 2026 budget as a result?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there would be. There would be an impact.
So if the city was to have rejected Lansdowne 2.0, would we have had the option then to simply reassign that $1.3 million windfall to another line item such as transit, roads, or social programming?
Mr. Mayor, no. If Lansdowne 2.0 was rejected, as I talked about during that time, The 22 million that was approved to be spent would have to be funded through sources that we would have to find through this budget.
So to be clear, we would have less funding in the 2026 budget available for other items had we rejected Lansdowne 2.0.
Yes, correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to come back to an item I didn't pursue during my first line of questioning, and that's the new processing fee to be added on to payments if people are making an online payment. And I appreciate that a memo was provided to members of council a few weeks ago explaining the rationale and the cost to the city for this service. And I just want to compare this to other fees that the city likely incurs when residents pay for certain services or fees. If I were to enroll my daughter in summer camp, for example, and pay with Visa, there's no doubt a percentage of that revenue that goes to Visa for processing. If I pay by Interac, likely the same. Given our size, we probably get a decent discount with a credit card company, just given the volume. But I just wanted to give the city treasurer an opportunity to discuss this. And if a member of council wanted to reverse this fee, what would the process be to realize that?
Mr. Mayor, so this is the pre-authorized debit fee. I think in this budget it's 55 cents. It's a new fee that was introduced during the tax policy report back in April. And the purpose of this fee was, in the spirit of our user fee policies and as per the municipal act and legislation where we should be recovering or strive to recover full cost recovery. That was introduced again in the tax policy report at 55 cents. The actual cost that we incur, and that cost has been there, so the taxpayer has been subsidizing that up to this point. The actual cost incurred is 74 cents, so still not full cost recovery. So that's where you get the 55 cents, and it covers the cost for that service, if you will. That's $850K in this budget. So if there's a motion brought forward to remove that, it would have to be filled again with another revenue source or an offsetting reduction in the costs. So again, the motion would have to be balanced in terms of you're taking away revenue source, so you'd have to replace that with either another revenue source or removal of cost to offset it.
So why wouldn't the payment that's being made not already include the quote unquote cost of doing business? This is one fee that the city incurs of many just to operate buildings and personnel. Why not just embed that processing fee in the total bill that the person is paying and not have an additional fee that they can see and think that the city is, as some have said, nickel and diming them to death? I'm not pushing back on the fact there's a processing fee. I acknowledge there is, but there are other fees. There are other processing or payment fees where we're not addressing. So had staff given that some thought, just including it in the overall cost and not having an additional line item?
So, Mr. Mayor, we have hundreds, literally thousands of user fees. So on an annual basis, we look at as much as we can look at in terms of reviewing all user fees and really striving to that full cost recovery. And the intent of user fees is not everyone, you don't have to use or choose to use this specific program. So if you choose not to use it, we don't need to tax for all residents. So really it's, if you choose to use it, we should be striving to recover the cost of that program. So that's really where it originated from. In the spirit of the service review team, looking at our user fees and additional revenue sources, this is one just like the false fire alarm user fee was a new fee introduced this term of council. So it's an ongoing process that we review. User fees are established, new user fees are established outside of the budget process, so approved by council outside of budget, but then in the budget process, we bring in the associated revenue from those approved, council approved additions.
Fair enough. I appreciate that detailed reply. And again, even when it's under $1, when people see an additional fee, let's try and avoid this, negative public reaction. If I could just go back to Invest Ottawa, if I could just ask the general manager, I would appreciate a better understanding, and maybe a one-page memo could just be released. What do we expect from Invest Ottawa for the $4.6 million that we're providing them? Do we have a MOU between the two parties? Is it clear what we expect to get out of this investment? How do you measure success in that regard? How do you measure or verify that taxpayer money that is being provided is actually going towards the expectations that the city of Ottawa has? So again, I don't want to put the GM on the spot, but if I can receive a bit more information about that relationship, I would appreciate that.
Through the mayor. So I'd be happy to provide that information. I can respond to you currently. So we do have, with every partner that we have multi-year funding agreements, we do put in place an agreement that outlines what we are expecting in terms of the programs, the services, the projects that will be delivered with the funding that we provide. So there's a series of requirements that are included in those agreements, and that would include reporting requirements, so typically quarterly and annually. Invest Ottawa, given the large funding amount, does have additional requirements that we do expect from them. So they are expected to provide quarterly financial statements, audited annual financial statements, progress on the implementation of their strategy. There are also a series of metrics that they're expected to report on quarterly to the city, and that includes things like number of jobs facilitated, investments that have been attracted, the venture funding attracted, the support for startups, et cetera. And then we compare that progress relative to what we were expecting, relative to the performance in previous years. So there's actually quite a bit of, I would say, some oversight in terms of what is expected with that funding.
That's great to hear. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I apologize. This is a kind of pain in the ass question, but I do want to keep it a little bit alive. There is now a donate now to the City of Ottawa button on our website. Is there any revenue in the 2026 budget associated with that?
Mr. Mayor, I like to drum roll. As it did last week, it was $145. So it's not going to be significant investment.
Is that going to be spent in Kitchissippi?
I'm still working through that process.
Is there a processing fee?
Thank you. I think there is further reporting coming back to City Council in 2026 on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is from Councillor Carr's motion, where there's still a bit of work for us to do in terms of setting up that Donate Ottawa. So what we were able to do was the technology, the IT team worked closely with the revenue team and the finance team. The technology is now there, so we can do it online, but we haven't worked out the framework. That will come back to committee in terms of our recommendations and committee and council's endorsement in terms of what that looks like. So that will be coming back in the new year.
I think some of us were taken aback at seeing that go online before a further discussion at council. So I'll look forward to that in 2026. And I think I'm right. That is part of the FinCo budget with which we are dealing today.
Mr. Mayor, there is no dollars in the budget for this donation button. So the $145 is technically incremental money that we can have a motion next week to allocate at will around the table in the spirit of humor.
To Kitchissippi Ward. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
What would be the interest on the $145? Okay. Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate the bit of levity here. I was going to leave my comments there until my colleague decided to talk about Lansdowne 2.0, so I'm going to talk about it as well. You mentioned there's $1.3 million extra this year. How much was allocated last year?
Mr. Mayor, 1.3 last year.
And the year before that?
Mr. Mayor, 1.3 the year before that, so total 3.9.
Thanks very much. So we're building up the base every year, of course, until we get to 17.4 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, correct.
Annually as part of the city budget. And what is the value of 1% of taxes this year, roughly?
Mr. Mayor, roughly, we always say 1% is roughly 20 million, but it's actually more like 22 million. 22 million. So for simplicity, 20 million.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. How much has the city already taken out in debt authority for Lansdowne 2.0 to date?
Mr. Mayor, none at this point.
Well, we don't have $300 million in debt authority already taken out in terms of room. So in 2023, we had a council motion pass that was allowed to take out 331 million, I believe, in debt authority. We didn't take that out to date.
Mr. Mayor, I can ask Isabel to come just to correct anything I might mistake here, but we had $419.1 million that was established. Of that, only 22 million was allowed for staff to spend. So that's the amount that's there.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm asking for the debt room. The debt room that we've taken out as part of those debenture meetings. My understanding is there's some debt authority there. And if not, I guess I'll just ask, how much will the city be requesting in debt authority and when?
So yeah, we did get 331 million debt authority.
Thank
We
you.
have not issued any of that debt.
Thank you. No, I understand, but the debt authority was taken out prior to that 2025 decision. And how much more debt authority are we looking to take out? I assume it's I'm trying to do the math and the extra amount that we talked about in Lansdowne 2.0. But the 331 million I know is there. I think there's an extra 9 million for the parking on top of that. So about 340.2 million, I think, in debt authority is going to be taken out for it. Anyway, look, that's all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before we introduce the roadmap motion, I just wanted to talk about one thing, which is I hear a lot of feedback from residents about various parts of the budget, but in particular about the core infrastructure that we deliver for our residents, such as roads and sidewalks, community facilities, local parks, that core infrastructure. And we've heard some people talk about it today. People want to see that fixed. They want to see it maintained and supported. They want to see the infrastructure gap closed. And we have been investing in our renewal significantly this term of council. We've done a lot, but we still haven't closed the gap. We have seen a number of long-range financial plans brought forward this term: housing, solid waste, rate supported, and we just heard that you'll be bringing the tax LRFP forward early in 2026. So I just wanted to see if there's anything we can do to increase and advance investments into those core tax-supported areas of infrastructure like roads and sidewalks, community facilities, and local parks. So I'm asking our treasurer if you would take it as direction to report back to council before next Wednesday with some possible solutions on how we could invest more in this area in this budget.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll take that direction, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kitts, if you wouldn't mind reading the roadmap motion, please.
Am I good to just read it? Nobody wants anything separate. I can just read it. Okay, great. That the Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend the Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Finance and Corporate Services Committee draft 2026 operating and capital budget as follows. 1. Elected officials operating resource requirement, page 3. 2. Office of the City Clerk budget as follows. A. User fees, pages 7 and 8. B. Operating resource requirement, page 6. 3. Legal services operating resource requirement, page 10. 4. City Manager's Office Operating Resource Requirement, page 13. 5. Public Information and Media Relations Operating Resource Requirement, page 30. 6. Transit Services Rail Construction Program Service as follows. A. User fees, pages 17 to 19. B. Operating Resource Requirement, page 16. 7. Strategic Initiatives Department as follows. A. GM's Office, Business Support Services and Strategic Projects Office, Operating Resource Requirement, page 21. B. Economic Development as follows. 1. User fees, page 25. 2. Operating Resource Requirement, page 24. C. Housing Solutions and Investment Service as follows. 1. User fees, page 56. 2. Operating Resource Requirement, page 55. 8. Finance and Corporate Services Department as follows. A. Chief Information Security Office Operating Resource Requirement, page 28. B. Human Resources Operating Resource Requirement, pages 32 and 33. C. Service Ottawa as follows. 1. User fees, page 36. 2. Operating Resource Requirement, page 35. D, information technology services, operating resource requirement, pages 38 and 39. E, supply services, operating resource requirement, page 41. F, chief financial officer, treasurer, and business and technical support services, operating resource requirement, page 43. G, financial services, operating resource requirement, page 45. H, revenue services as follows. 1, user fees, pages 48 and 49. 2, operating resource requirement, page 47. I, corporate finance, operating resource requirement, page 51. J, payroll, pensions, and benefits service, operating resource requirement, page 53. 9, non-departmental operating resource requirement, pages 59 to 62. 10, Finance and Corporate Services Committee, capital budget, page 63, individual projects listed on pages 116 to 129.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay, thank you. We will move to item 8.1 on the agenda, which is the municipal land strategy. And we do have a staff presentation on that and several delegations. So I'll turn it over to staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and members of committee. I'm going to introduce to you some of my colleagues. We have Lily Zhu, Director of Housing Solutions, Real Estate and Investments, and Emily Wall, Planner 3 in the Affordable Housing Team and the SI Department. Today, we are seeking your approval to declare 5 city-owned properties surplus to enable housing development. 4 of the sites will be prioritized for not-for-profit affordable housing, and 1 site was proposed to be disposed of through Build Ottawa for market housing development, with a proportion of the units being affordable as well. Next slide, please. The recommendations in this report directly support the strategic priority, a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. Council has committed to various housing targets to increase the supply across all housing types, including affordable and market housing. These targets come through things like the official plan, the municipal housing pledge, and the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. To achieve this goal, Council has expanded the toolkit that is available to support the development of affordable housing and mixed income housing. This includes new tax measures, elimination of fees and charges, and relevant to the report today, a priority on utilizing surplus city lands for this purpose. More recently, the Housing Acceleration Plan was approved by Council on October 8, 2025. There are many elements of the Housing Acceleration Plan that are addressed through this particular report. The Housing Acceleration Plan, as you know, was developed based on the Housing Innovation Task Force recommendations and shaped by sector feedback and research on best practices to speed up housing development. There are 53 actions within the Housing Acceleration Plan. Through the process, a motion was approved as part of the consideration of that plan, directing staff to identify the next round of municipal lands that are suitable for housing development. This report was drafted under that direction, identifying 5 properties that are surplus to operational needs and suitable for development. The approvals we are seeking will directly help to build new units across a spectrum of affordability to contribute to meeting housing objectives and targets. Just a quick summary, 5 city-owned properties totaling over 12 acres of land and with the potential to create at least 400 to 500 new units will be made available for housing development through this report. In addition, Housing Action Plan items or Action 29 as well as Recommendation 3R will be deemed complete through the recommendations of this report. Next slide, please. Since the spring, in terms of municipal land strategy, since the spring of 2024, staff have been working on this particular strategy. It was initially started as one of the 10 initiatives funded under the Housing Acceleration Fund, the CMHC program to accelerate housing development. In particular is Initiative 5, accelerate the disposal and preparation of city-owned lands for housing. The project objectives have been expanded and enhanced through approval of several action items in the Housing Acceleration Plan. Currently, staff are working through an inventory of more than 50 sites to understand housing potential of these sites and development opportunities. Staff are also continually collaborating with departments across the city administration to identify new lands and opportunities as municipal requirements change. At this time, so currently there are 14 sites being advanced for nonprofit affordable housing and 6 for market housing. That's inclusive of the 5 properties in this report today. I want to point out that one of the enhancements is that the city staff is undertaking quite a significant amount of due diligence and site preparation on these lands to ensure that they are ready for development. So this includes confirming land use policies, completing preliminary site design, securing zoning approvals, conducting title searches, and commissioning studies such as land surveys, geotechnical investigations, environmental site assessments, engineering work, etc. The goal of undertaking this work is consistent with Housing Acceleration Plan Action Item 29, which is to proactively undertake design and site preparation activities on city lands to support affordable housing development. Ultimately, the goal of that action was to reduce the risk for nonprofit housing sector when they are assuming these lands for the purpose of development. It is also to ultimately accelerate the process of having the sites developed. Looking ahead, we're preparing a request for proposals, which will be released in Q1 2026, including up to 4 sites to identify nonprofit housing providers to develop the sites with affordable housing. Through this process, we'll work closely with the Planning, Development and Building Services Department to incorporate Housing Acceleration Plan Action 37, which is to simplify the regulatory environment for nonprofit housing developers and pilot it in the next round of municipal lands that's made available for affordable housing. Next slide, please. So in summary, because it's a lot of information, the 14 sites advancing for nonprofit housing consist of the first round. There was 9 sites that received approval from council throughout 2025. Round 2, there are 5 sites. This is this report. And there will be 1 additional site that'll be forthcoming. So collectively, a total of 8.8 hectares of land that have the potential to create more than 1,100 new units, ranging from affordable to market housing, is being supported by this strategy. Next slide, please. So I'll show you a diagram so you can see where these sites are located across the city. So you can see that they're located all across the city with a range of different sizes, characteristics, and contexts. And this is to ensure that we're developing a diversity of new housing in different communities across our city. As a point of reference, the sites that are in purple are the sites subject to this report, whereas the sites in yellow are the sites subject to previous reports. And with that, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Lily Zhu.
Thank you, Debbie. I'll quickly go through the properties that are subject to this report. The first one is 2973 Bank Street. It is a large site south of South Keys. It's about 5 acres. It's currently, the site is zoned as arterial main street with a small portion zoned as environmental protection. The site, if you look at the diagram here, it has a very limited frontage on the street. So it's visually and physically isolated from the street. The cost to extend the driveway and the servicing from where the services are would be high. So it's creating a challenge for affordable housing development. Staff recommend the transfer of this site to Build Ottawa for sale, including the requirements that future development will have to provide a portion of affordable units. The future development would also have to address adjacent environmental protection lands and the required setback in this area. The next property on the next slide is at 3311 Woodruff Avenue. It's a 2-acre site adjacent to the Nepean Woods Transit Station. It is currently undeveloped portion of the park and ride, so developing the site does not affect parking provisions as a park and ride. The site is close to a number of community services, local commercial, other amenities within walking distance. Servicing connection is right at the door. So it's an ideal site for housing development, affordable housing, and it achieve the transit development objectives and a 15 minutes neighborhood. The third property is a portion of 160 Lees Avenue. It is adjacent to the Springhurst Park. It is also referred to as the People's Park. The parcel for development is a portion of the overall property currently zoned for R4 or mid-rise residential. The Lee's Station transit-oriented design plan also designates the site as a mixed use of up to 20 stories. The site is within walking distance to the Lee's LRT station, adjacent to several high-rise towers. It has servicing connections, water, sanitary, storm right at the door, and it is an ideal site for affordable housing development. Staff recognize that the public currently use the site as an open space and will ensure that a minimum of 1/3 of the site will be dedicated as a parkland, while the rest of the open space surrounding the subject parcel will remain unchanged. The configuration of the parkland dedication will be detailed through the concept plan stage that is coming up. The next property is at 466 Billings Avenue. It is currently zoned for park with a decommissioned field house. This property was recognized through our colleagues at Park and Recreation's exercise of asset rationalization review, which recommend the site to be declared for surplus land. We understand the part of the reason is that there are large, high-quality parkland in the proximity of the area. This site is also close to amenities, services, hospitals, green space, and transit, and is ideal for housing development. The last property subject to this report is at 306 Cyril Avenue. This is the Gammon House in Vanier. It is recognized as the oldest surviving house in the community with important heritage values. It's designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The site is also close to a number of amenities and transit services. Again, this site is recognized through the asset rationalization review process, and the Park and Recreation recommend the site to be declared as a surplus. The current building is located on the southern portion of the parcel, so the redevelopment potentially could reuse the existing building while developing the vacant portion of the property as an urban infill. The existing heritage building will be required to maintain its heritage features. Throughout the process, the heritage team at the city was consulted and engaged to discuss options, and they are supportive of adaptive reuse of the property with an addition for affordable housing. So to summarize, all 5 of the sites are being recommended as surplus land, and 4 of the sites are intended for not-for-profit development to create more affordable housing, with 1 to be transferred to Build Ottawa. Our next step is to conduct site preparation due diligence, as Debbie mentioned earlier, and the staff will report back to council prior to final transfer. Thank you. We're happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you. We will go to the delegations now, starting with Chris Greenshields from the Vanier Community Association.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of the Vanier Community Association concerning the Gammon House, 306 Sears Street in Vanier. As you know, this is a heritage designated property, including both the house, built around 1873, and its garden, rare green space in Vanier. The Gammon House is now the oldest house in Vanier, and it is a heritage gem. Designation took place following Vanier's amalgamation into the new city of Ottawa. It has served as a museum to Ottawa's labor history and until last year as an artist's studio. More recently, following city-sponsored discussions in the Vanier Cultural Forum, it was identified as a project for community use under the Vanier Culture in Action Strategy approved by Council in 2024. So it was with some surprise that we heard rumors of a staff proposal to dispose of the property, apparently due to its deterioration since its initial renovation post amalgamation. The Gammon House addition to the strategy reflected the city's broader Vision Vanier strategy, recognizing a need for community access to a community facility very close to Montreal Road and its Montreal Road Revitalization Project, and to promote cultural activities under the strategy. The property's designation of the garden offered an opportunity for residents, part of a long waiting list, access to community gardens in a neighborhood dealing with high food insecurity. The building offered some indoor community space, more central than the Richelieu Vanier Community Center, a city-owned facility which responded to ideas raised at the Cultural Forum. The building is of architectural significance and offers heritage context as part of what has become Vanier's patrimoine modeste in the city of Ottawa. There is also the broader context of the properties adjacent to the Gammon House, namely the Eastview Legion, which is looking to turn its parking lot into affordable housing for veterans. To the rear of the Gammon House are properties of the Tungas Suvingat Inuit, TI, where we understand the potential for affordable housing exists. Finally, preservation of heritage and scarce green space, given implementation of plans for further major intensification in Vanier, are a major concern. Thanks to the leadership of our councillor and a member of the VCA, a professor at Carleton School of Architecture and Urbanism, who has led many studio classes on Vanier. You may have heard of one class recently, its project to further develop a Vanier parking lot into an outdoor Vanier community hub. But as part of this, a studio class has also taken up the Gammon House as a project for heritage conservation, adaptive reuse. The VCA and others, including the city's Heritage Department, have been working closely with the students, and I hope you'll be able to hear them shortly. And a set of related options. The final report is expected to be presented December 10. So in conclusion, and recalling Councillor Plant's comments in the report before you and the comments of Heritage Ottawa, we encourage this committee to defer a decision on declaration on 306 SEER to permit further consultations involving the city's Heritage Department and community partners. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Greenshields. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Thanks so much for being here. I am going to push back on your comment about more consultation. In my notes, I have that we approached the VCA about this in 2023. You yourself have attended many of the Carleton student events. You've been in several meetings. I think we've been actually doing a pretty good job of asking people what they want to see on the site. I know you probably don't agree with putting housing on the site, but that's fair. I did want to ask though, when you were at the Carleton event, I believe it was 2 weeks ago now, did you have any of the proposals that were done from the students that kind of spoke to you that you thought could reconcile this idea of the green space and the housing?
Well, the announcement was not, or the information we received was not in 2023. It was just a couple of months ago, I believe, in September, concerning the potential support. In the meantime, after 2023, the city City Council adopted the Vanier Cultural Strategy, which included Gammon House. But I think, as I've mentioned, it's very important to hear and to understand what the students of the studio project are putting forward, and I hope you'll hear some of it today. We've been involved since that class started in September and have worked very closely with those students. And based on a number of potential options for this property. It is a small property. The city has determined that it is not big enough for parkland, even though we have very little parkland, as you know. But we have encouraged the students to look at a number of options. And indeed, they've come back with suggestions on how a number of uses could be made through the adaptive reuse of the building, which, as you know, has been allowed to deteriorate over the years and will entail a major investment, but also for affordable housing. And all of the options have included affordable housing. We support that. But we also would like to see, again, in a small space context, community gardens. I would also add that we have taken, and the students have taken, a broader approach to that property in terms of the adjacent Canadian Legion property, where they want to build affordable housing for veterans. And so the students have been looking at how the arrangements could be made to enlarge a common use of the Gammon House with the Legion, and indeed with TI, if that's something that TI would be interested in. So we basically are saying that let's listen to the students, let's look at those options, and let's do it in a manner that is open to community involvement.
I do appreciate, Chris. I'm going to disagree with you about the consultation part, and I don't support sending it back to Heritage Committee. The Heritage staff were quite clear about their support for the repurposing of this site, as long as we took care of the heritage aspect of it. So I'm going to let someone much smarter than me, Councillor Leeper, chime in. I see his hand is up. So maybe he'll have some additional comments. But thank you, Chris, for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Leeper, better deliver something.
I cannot live up to that. I just can't. Chris, thank you very much. This became a discussion that crossed my desk over the course of the weekend and yesterday. I've had some great discussions with City Heritage staff, SI staff, and with Councillor Plante, all of whom are clearly on top of this file and have a vision for the site and are moving forward. My reassurance is that the heritage status of the building, its designation, its protection is sacrosanct and will remain. And for those reasons, I'm going to be supporting the disposition. I do have some questions for staff that I'll be raising a little bit later on around process of disposing of heritage properties. But today I'll be supporting this file. I just wanted to ask you: Are you concerned at all that somewhere along the chain, the heritage designation of the building is somehow under threat?
You know, Leslie Collins has been very much involved in the students' work. I'm quite satisfied that the designation will have to stick, and staff reported that today to you in their presentation on 306 SEER. The problem is how long these things tend to take. We've been asking for access to the green space for several years now. and that hasn't happened. If this development, the sale and so on, takes a long time, we would want to see a number of things. First, proper maintenance of the Gammon House, and not to see further deterioration that we've seen over many years. Some people would call it something much different that is being directed to private sector owners of heritage buildings. But we would also, anticipate that the sale and the eventual redevelopment, the rezoning, the heritage built heritage committee approval of the changes and the issuance of the necessary permits will take some time. I've seen a reference to follow up in 2027 in terms of in the staff report in terms of so in the meantime we would like to see an active use of the um, uh, community space. We would like to see, and we've been also working with potential partners like the Ottawa Community Land Trust, which has been also engaged in the students' consultation. And we would like to see a follow-up dialogue on the students' recommendations and next steps. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And obviously, my strong suggestion to you is to continue to remain involved with your really excellent counselor, who is much smarter than I am.
We know it. We know it.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenschiltz. Next, we'll go to Lillian Chang and Emily Gev.
Hello,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
My name is Emily, and this is Lillian. We're third-year students at Carleton, and yeah, we'll be quickly presenting our proposal in the works for the adaptive reuse of the Gaiman House and its lot in Vanier, which both have the heritage designation but are currently vacant. Our proposals are based on research phases our studio has performed over the course of the past couple months, identifying the needs of the community.
So is it possible to pull up the presentation?
Amazing,
Yeah, thank you.
Addressing the needs of the community and researching their deep-rooted history. Within our studio, we're in the progress of developing a variety of proposals, some of which are shown on this slide here, along with each's driving ideas. Vanier is in need of more green space and affordable housing, so our studio is working to convert part of the Legion parking lot into an affordable housing complex on historical Gammon family land. Lillian and I's project, which is located on the bottom right, consists of a daycare, a combination of townhouses and apartment units, and can be described using the three keywords interconnectivity, evolution, and nature. You can go to the next slide, please.
Is it possible to switch the slide? Or like scroll down a bit, please. Yeah, so that's our project on the bottom right. If you keep on scrolling, there should be the next slide. Perfect. Thank you. So this diagram shows us how we decided to design our site in relation to the immediate site context. So as Chris has mentioned, the Gaiman House is right beside the community centers of Tunga Inuit and the Legion. So we decided to put Emily and I's project, a building mass in the center of this, where all of these paths from these different community centers would congregate. And so there we would celebrate under the space, under the biggest tree on the site. And at the bottom in front of our L-shaped building would be a big gathering space. It could be used by the Inuit in the winter. It can be used by the veterans since it's right beside the Veterans Memorial around Remembrance Day. And then in the next slide, I wanted to celebrate this sort of covered walkway that we have underneath the second story apartments. So we call it the hub. Because it's a corridor for connection. Speaking towards the affordability of the place, we want to put as much flexible programming as possible in our spaces, and the hub is a great example. We have a daycare that we have on site in the Gammon House. The children from the daycare can play in this closed environment on top of these cork-lined seating areas. In the evening, it can be used as a place to study for those who want an extra breakout space, or maybe during summer or winter celebrations, if people need a place where they can either cool down or warm up, due to the extreme weather in Ottawa, then they can also walk into the hub as well and get that space that they need. And in the following slides, this is an image that we rendered of what the Gaiman House would look like once again with hosting a daycare on its first story. So the reason why we chose to have a daycare in our particular project is because we really wanted to respond holistically to the need of affordable housing. We provide the homes on site, we provide a place for people to work. So the two workers of the daycare will live upstairs in the Gaiman House. The daycare will be on the first floor. And once again, thinking about flexibility, on the weekend, the daycare can double as a classroom for the many different language schools in Vanier. If they can use that on the weekend to teach languages to those in the kindergarten level, then that is another way that this room can be used.
So if you could please go to the next slide. The idea of evolution has driven our project since the beginning, and we've decided to implement different unit sizes and layouts to show the diversity of Vanier in terms of demographics, available housing, and how the neighborhood is growing to accommodate different household types and stages of life. Our combination of townhouse units and apartment units, some of which are wheelchair accessible, allow for intergenerational living and the accommodation of large families in need of affordable housing. This also creates a historical link to the Gaiman House, as it originally also housed a large family of 9. And in total, our design can accommodate about a maximum of 45 to 50 people. So if you could please go to the next slide.
Thank you. So we have designed 6 garden spaces across our lot. I believe each garden space not only serves as like a social space for everyone and to take pride in where they live, but it also addresses the need for food security. There's a community garden in the place of the most sunlight on our spot. There's also these foraging gardens at the front, which doubles as a place for insects and pollinators to use the biodiversity that they need in our urban landscape. And also, I believe it just contributes overall to the economic value of the new development.
So in the next slide, I'll talk about affordability and sustainability, which are things that we've considered throughout the design process and on different scales. And yeah, so affordability goes hand in hand with sustainable design.
Unfortunately, you're at time.
Okay.
So we'll have to stop you there. Sorry, but Conseiller Plante has a question.
Sure.
Hi, guys. I don't know if you can see me. Oh, yeah, hi. Okay, my screen is back. Thank you so much for, you were a little double delegating, right? Because you guys gave your presentation a couple weeks ago when we were on campus, and now you're here as well. I was just wondering, well, first of all, I have, I guess, some statistics for you. So I had a meeting with social services yesterday, and I loved your emphasis on families because it turns out we have almost something like 400 families who are living in motel shelters at this point. So you are 100% correct in your assumption and in your instinct to build something affordable for families, because that is absolutely lacking in this city. So kudos to you for doing that. Also, this is something I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but apparently TI might be selling their lot, which, as you guys know, is just behind, because they are relocating just up the street on Dupuis all of their services. So there may be an opportunity for you guys to enhance your design to include that space as well, which, like you said, has a daycare and it also has the food bank, has the Inuit food bank. So keep your brain firing up, because there may be an opportunity in a couple weeks' time, depending on what we learn and how this whole process goes, to take your design to the next level. And I'm very much looking forward to see what you guys can come up with. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Not a question, but just a comment to really thank the students from Carleton for the work that they've been doing in our communities. That line between Vanier and Overbrook is, I like to sometimes think, an artificial one, though we actually have a legal boundary. But the work that they've done, especially around the Vanier hub as well, in conjunction with the community service center, as well as the BIA, has been exemplary. And I know that there's continuing presence. Even this morning, we had a class from Carleton giving mock debates in terms of a mock built heritage committee in our committee room just this morning. So the contributions are valuable, and we appreciate them. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King, and thank you both again for your presentation. Next, we'll go to Aisha Aftab and Sophia D'Amato. Are they online?
Sorry, we're just on the same device. We should have mentioned
Oh,
that.
okay.
My bad.
You're just moving the camera over, basically?
Yeah, just moving the
Okay.
camera over. Fix the video.
We
And is it possible to start the presentation from where Lillian left off? My slide is just following.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the one. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start. My name is Aisha. I'm partnered with Sophia, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. Our project is called the Intergenerational Affordable Housing Project, and I want to emphasize the connection between the elder and the youth in the way they distribute their seeds of knowledge and allow us to flourish, as well as the connection between land and people. And just on the next slide, you're going to be able to see how we distributed this party into 3 categories: germinate, where knowledge is rooted; growth, where we're growing our community connections; and flourish, the fruits of our labor, which result in affordable housing as well as a public garden. And this is affordable for both the users through our sustainable strategies that help to offset these utility costs, as well as affordable to build through the use of local materials. And just on the next slide, you can see how our concept of intergeneration has helped us to very minimally change the Gammon House itself. We've allowed the first floor to be completely accessible, allowing the elders and the youth to integrate and occupy these spaces, where just in the foyer there will be an elder and youth craft space. And further onward, there'll be a dining space. And where the deck currently is, we're going to turn that into a summer kitchen to allow access to everyone on site to cook together and eat together. And on the top floor will be our youth spaces. And the following slide, this allows you to understand that we thought about sunlight, we thought about a lot of considerations in how to make this community garden grow, as well as we thought about how we can integrate, what is it called again? Those windows at the top, skylights in our addition to allow the growth of vegetation even inside our additions. So the following slide will allow you to see a visual of that summer kitchen that will be on the back of the Gammon House. And this shows how connected it is to the site through that glass facade and how inviting it can be. And moving forward, you can see our 3D, like the next slide, you can see the rammed earth. So this is one of our key concepts. We're essentially using the dirt we're excavating from the additions, and we're actually turning it into rammed earth planters, which will be the aesthetic of our garden spaces. And this reinforces our land and people connection. And then moving forward, on the next slide, you can kind of see our integration with the circulation of the Legion, with the circulation of the Inuit properties and the street, and how it all circles towards that central garden space. And on the next slide, you can see a more zoomed in version where you can see what gardens, what vegetation we can actually grow and how this can help with the food insecurity in Vanier. And towards the next slide, you're able to also see our 3D visualization of the addition and how it's very respective of the Second Empire style of the Gammon House, yet it is still entirely contemporary. And then moving forward to the next slide, you can kind of see what we've thought about when we're designing each unit that goes into these additions and how it's geared to each demographic in Vanier. And just the next slide, it'll allow you to see that we even thought about the intergenerational Inuit families where there's 7 to 10 people, and we've designated a unit with 6 bedrooms to accommodate that. And then towards the next slide, you can also see how our basement floor plan is starting to come together, where we actually have a sunken garden space that allows you to have a deep connection with the land even inside your building. And then the next slide will show you how our ground floor is entirely accessible, And moreover, it has this laundry space that's actually used as a communal laundry space for arts and crafts. And then the following slide shows you our top floor. You can see how that blue area there has a bunch of skylights overlooking it, and you can grow any kind of vegetation you'd like, even though you are inside the top floor of the building. And then all of these floors all together can house 23 units with a variety of different units geared towards different family sizes. And then the following slide kind of puts this whole building together in the connection to our main idea, where the basement floor is used to germinate, right? That seed of knowledge growing through our library spaces. The ground floor is used to grow the community connections through artistic expression. And finally, that top floor is used to flourish in terms of vegetation. And then moving forward to the next slide, you can kind of see the view from the Gammon House and how this addition might look like. And then, sorry, next slide. Thank you. So I just really want to end off with the fact that all of our projects are meant to be a precedent for future affordable housing units all throughout Vanier. Vanier has a housing crisis and it needs more affordable housing units. And our buildings in our proposal are very important to the future of this. And we've even mapped out the vacant lots. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
That's
listening.
time. Conseillère Plante?
I even mapped out the vacant lot. I love it. That's amazing. Thanks so much, guys. I did have just a comment and a question. And listen, I understand the idea of the communal spaces, the intergenerational families. You obviously did a lot of research on the Inuit, sort of the way that they live intergenerationally. But listen, man, I am not doing shared laundry anymore. Okay, I did that for like 20 years. When I got my own laundry unit in my own home, I thought I was a baller. I really did. Like that's probably my only comment, because shared laundry is not for the faint of heart. That I'm sure you know as students. And then my question for you is probably the same one I posed to the other group, which is maybe, and you can comment or not comment, but if there is the selling of the property behind it that belongs to TI, maybe we may come back to see what kind of ideas you guys come up with, because that would be a significant amount of space and a different building. Does that building get torn down? Do you do something different? Do you leave the food bank there? I just kind of want you to have that germinate, in the back of your mind, because I think it would be something interesting for you guys to come up with in the weeks to come. But thank you so much for being here. Is this your first City of Ottawa delegation? Like, is this your first time coming to community?
Yes,
Amazing.
this is a wonderful opportunity.
Don't stop. Keep coming back and keep telling us what you want to see in our city, because you're the future of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you once again. We'll go next to Lee Jacobs from the Old Ottawa East Community Association. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Old Ottawa East Community Association and the Community Activities Group of Old Ottawa East. My name is Lee Jacobs, and I am the Executive Director of the Community Activities Group of Old Ottawa East, also known as CAG. In partnership with the City of Ottawa, CAG delivers social, recreation, and events-based services to the residents of Old Ottawa East. My co-presenter, John Dance, who was representing the Community Association, had to leave, so I'm kind of mash the two presentations as quickly as I can in my brain, and I appreciate your time. The community, Old Ottawa East is not a large community. We have limited green space, and using that green space is extremely important. Using it wisely, using it to benefit as many residents as possible is I think, a priority that everyone can agree to. This particular land that is being proposed to be disposed it has a long history, decades of community involvement to oppose the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor that was planned to go through this. So we were successful in that, and collectively we were successful in having that land reassigned to be park space. And so, we as a community, and again, we haven't had all that much time to consult on this, and I have to be honest about that. But we as a community that have spoken up are extremely supportive of the idea of blending the need for affordable housing and a very viable green space in our community. So it's not all or nothing. It's a blend of both for us. This property that we're speaking of, it has a park associated with it. The park is well used, an official park, sorry, that's Springhurst Park, but there is a much larger portion of this open green space area that has been informally used by thousands, and I mean thousands of residents on an ongoing basis, because we have 5 large apartment buildings that are right at Lees Avenue there, and there are approximately 3,000 occupants that live in that space. And those are older buildings. They do not have the same amenities as new buildings. This green space is critical to them. We do understand the need for the city to declare this land, and to be specific, it's the R4 UD portion of this property for the purposes of affordable housing. And so, I would like to acknowledge Debbie Stewart and Lily Chu for presenting to the community in a very short period of time on as was organized by Sean Menard in the office, so that there could be some input put into that process. We sincerely appreciate that. If we could get to the presentation very quickly, I'm going to skip through the first 2 slides. I think it's there. Oh, I'm losing time. Okay, I'll speak while the slides are coming up. The 160 Lees, just so everyone's aware of what this property looks like. To the east is the Rideau River Trail, which is highly used. Community gardens line the buildings at the site, and there are the 5 Lee Towers that I spoke of. Lands bordering to the south are O1 Park and open space. To the west is Springhurst Park, and to the north is Lees Avenue. If you can skip to the next slide, please. So when we were presented with this, the initial reaction was that if there's a need, and there is a need for affordable housing, that the housing be situated in a lot such that we maximize the amount of park space that's open and contiguous. And by aligning the buildings along Lees Avenue, it helps us to keep that green space all as one unit. This would also require that there are some amenities that are added to this proposal and this idea as it goes forward. It is a bit of a service desert. We don't have a grocery store. We'll have another 2,000 residents 400 meters down the road at 320 Lees that's being currently built. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Ooh, we're running out of time. So yes, again, we greatly support this. There is another property within our community that has been disposed of in the last round. So this isn't a case of NIMBY, it's about a balanced approach. And I guess I would just like to end by saying community engagement is extremely important, and we would encourage you to continue to do that through the entire process, so that we don't create cynicism and we don't disenfranchise the community members who are really important in this voice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation and for I guess rallying so quickly with community members to ensure that you understood what the proposal was, working with our staff with Dan Chenier on the park side, as well as Debbie Stewart on our surplus lands and strategic initiative side. You mentioned in your presentation, build close to Lees Avenue, which makes a lot of sense just in terms of the way the land is situated. When you say that, why is that the case? Is it to maximize park space behind there and continue the activities, or what else? Why is there an important reason to build close to Lees Avenue?
There are a number of reasons. Thank you, Sean and Mr. Mayor, for the question. We're right near transit here. This is an ideal spot to have affordable housing, and I think the way that the property lays itself out and the way that designations are situated, we risk breaking the piece into two smaller parts by changing the configuration if it goes within the land. If it's parallel, then we have that opportunity to create remediated land or park space, which is required in the site because it is an old landfill. But having the informal parkland, that space where families can come and do the things that they do every single day, that maintains that contiguous open space. So it is highly encouraged by our community to support that.
Yeah, and of course, building new not-for-profit affordable housing is important. Also, maintaining the existing 3,000 residents that are there. We'll get nowhere near that amount with the new housing, but there's 3,000 residents there that are using that land. How important is it for them to make sure that they've got remediated land in the area? Just from a like an activities group perspective, because we haven't been able to put up formalized nets there because of the land in the past. It's been difficult to get things like a rink or stuff like that we really need in this area. How can remediating the land, that green space and the park space, help in that regard?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for the question. The reality is that unless there is remediated land to be used for specific activities, and you mentioned just the beginning of what we hope the parkland will be used for, all of that needs to be remediated because of the leachate and the potential for toxic chemicals to come up. So we are advocating for some of the land to be remediated and some to remain as it is, because there is a lot of what I would call informal activities. So we want to have more formal activities, but we want to balance that with the informal activities that we know the 3,000 residents of this community, or the part of Lees Avenue, use.
Yeah, and ideally that open space stays that way for the long haul. So thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for your great delegation.
Thank you. Conseillère Plante.
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for being here, and for your very nuanced delegation. I really appreciate it. And I do want to thank you too for thinking about the residents who are at the 200 Lees Towers, because you sort of, as you intimated, they don't necessarily have backyards, right? They don't have a green space to go to. This is what they use. This is where they go. I see it from my end. I see them playing soccer all the time, and they're just using the space as kids and families would. And we also have students, Ottawa students who live in those towers, and they use the space as well. I did want to ask you, what did you think of what would be the ideal size for the green space going forward? I agree with you that there is some concern about maintaining that community balance and making sure that there is space for nets and having an adequate soccer field and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. It sounds like you guys are really well organized about this.
Thank you, Mayor, for this. That was a great question. I think the reality is that the community really hasn't had enough consultation time to put forward our plan. It's been about 3 weeks. So the reality is that when we saw the details of what was being proposed as being disposed, we were much happier than what we initially were reacting to, because we thought it was a much larger part of the site. The detail within the report around the maintaining of a third or 33% of that land to be disposed as parkland was also another big check mark for our community, because it continues. It's that continuous green space that we can count on. So ideally, it's no smaller than that. And I think that we started off with seeing this big block that was going to be taken. It's gotten down now to 2/3 of what we second thought. So it's a very adequate space for us to have this continuous open space.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you for being such great stewards of that space. I know a lot of people benefit. And I did want to give a shout out to Councillor Menard for making sure it doesn't turn into a parking lot. So thank you, everybody, for your advocacy.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jacobs. Next, we'll go to Ken Clavette. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Many of you don't know me, so I'm going to list a little bit of a biography or a CV so you know my heritage credentials. I was the first chair of the Heritage Advisory Committee when we created the new city of Ottawa. I was the second chair of the Ottawa Museum Network. I've been a board member of Heritage Ottawa. I research and write about local history, particularly working class and labor history. I author a column for my Sandy Hill community newspaper called Image on the history of my community. I currently sit on the city's commemorative naming advisory committee. I'm the guy that gave 306 Sear its name, Gammon House. It was through my research and my work with city staff back in the early 2000s that we got it designated. And I also worked out of the house for 2 years, 2008 and 2009, when an earlier version of trying to save it. I sent you all a little history I made up, and I'm sure you haven't had a chance to read it because I know how much you have to deal with in terms of the information. But it's the oldest building. Why do we know it? We did the research, and it only got designated in 2004. Nathaniel Gammon and Marianne are very old families for this region. They came earliest days of Bytown. He was on the first Eastview Town Council, so he was a worker, a janitor who ran for council. Few workers' homes are ever saved, and this is unique that it got this far. I'm going to talk more about the designation and what you're going to have to deal with. Because preserving heritage buildings is difficult, it's expensive, and we've seen the reports, and I know the history of it. But what you may not note is that the yard is designated. Now, why was the yard designated? It is the last working class house and lot in that region. You needed a fairly sized lot because you had a well and you had an outhouse, and your neighbors had them. So once we take that yard and get rid of it, it's never gone back. It's gone. We've lost it. To give you an idea of the size of the house, the house, there's a lot across the street, has 3 townhouses. So to maintain Gammon House and to build on that lot, it's equivalent to two townhouses. I don't think that's worth losing what we're never going to get back again. There's always been housing crises. I could give you a lecture on it because I have some of the notes here, but I'll talk about what I see from my front porch. I live in Sandy Hill and Henderson Avenue. There was a creative man named Herbert Brooks, who was the first director of housing at the University of Ottawa. He worked with community groups to build 2 co-op housing units and to use the rent to build housing for students. That housing for students has now been vacant for 7 years. Unfortunately, Mr. Brooks died at his office at the age of 62 from a heart attack. He never saw the beautiful co-ops that were reusing older buildings and maintaining a certain life in our community. But right now, those 96 units at St. George's Co-op and 62 units at the Sandy Hill Co-op, the university's plan is to remove their rent. They rent the land off the university, and that's coming very soon. So that's hundreds of people who are going to be looking for new affordable housing very soon. There are 13 homes across the street from me. 10 of them are owned by the university. 10 of them have been vacant for 5 years. 3 of them, 2 of them privately owned. 1 of them is owned by the Sandy Hill Co-op. I would like to the mayor, through the staff, to the councillors, ask staff, why are we putting people in hotels and motels when we have empty, publicly owned houses right across the street. And I'm very aware. I had a neighbor of mine who got evicted living in a homing, it was a shelter when the shelter started disappearing. He lived on my front porch for one summer. We can do better. We can get housing and we can save something as unique. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to say appreciate that history and the document you've sent to committee as well, and for you going through some of the details on this. What is it that you're requesting of committee, just given what you've heard from your own councillor and other delegations?
Well, I mean, my counselor and I live in the same street, and we talk about getting together, but there was no consultation with the heritage community. This was a community consultation around Vanier, but this is a unique facility for the whole community. There are other working class communities that disappeared. So I would like to find a way of taking this off the chopping block right now. I love the stuff that students did. When I was trying to save it in the early 2000s, we had a similar thing done with Algonquin College students. It's visioning and it's wonderful, but you all know what it's going to take to get housing. It's going to take money. And I don't think losing that lot is worth that kind of cost. I would say to you, my vision, Councillor, is there's a city-owned parking lot at the end of the street. The lot is twice the size of this lot. It's just sitting there with cars on it. If we had money in the city's housing corporation, we could build more housing there. I'm afraid this house is going to continue to disintegrate. We are not going to get what we're hoping for. I will argue up and down that that is a particular and unique piece of property. Our goal, my goal when we were trying to save it, was to have community gardens there and have people do heritage plants and vegetables and stuff like they would have done. It was always used by the family that lived there as a garden. The second owners, Perchanskis, were market gardeners. They supported themselves using that lot. Their daughter told me, I've talked to everybody in the family that's lived in the place and collected their stories and photographs. She used to take lily of the valley from Vanier all the way to Scrim's florist and sell it because that's what their family was making money from, is using that property. So we have issues with housing, but I just told you what it's like on Henderson Avenue. And there's more houses down at Templeton that are empty. It baffles me that we can't get city staff and university staff to house people who need it. Those houses should have been filled the last 4 years with second stage housing, getting people out of the shelters and getting them into the next phase, having families with children, not just sitting there. That's a sin. And I'm not even religious.
Well, thank you. Thanks for being here, and thanks again for that extolling that history with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You got a question, Mr. Mayor?
No, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Okay, I'll open it up to colleagues for questions of staff. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So the heritage community expressed some desire over the course of the past couple of days, or I guess surprised that they hadn't been consulted on the potential disposition of the Gammon House. I am wondering, I've had to tell stakeholders there's not something that I can bring on the fly to today's committee meeting, but I am wondering if we can take a look at a process whereby legitimate stakeholders like Heritage Ottawa are brought into the fold of some of these discussions in advance of these reports coming forward. Do you agree that that would be a good idea? And would you be willing to work with probably Chair King and other interested councillors on developing some kind of a process for maybe even next year's governance review?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the councillor. So we're definitely happy to engage Heritage, Build Heritage Committee and Ottawa Heritage groups. The typical consultation process happens when the development proceed, so that is managed through planning. That being said, this property is very unique, and we never intend to develop a city property into affordable housing without a community building exercise. So we're very willing to engage moving forward.
And so what I have in mind is when you are thinking of disposal of a property before it gets to the point of a report, that there's been some sort of consultation with Heritage Ottawa particularly.
Absolutely. Lesson learned.
Okay. I don't have writing for that, but I guess I would ask if the mayor is willing, whether you'd be willing to undertake that as direction to develop or to work with councillors interested to develop what that process and policy might look like in time for next year's governance review. Or no, sorry, not next year. I guess it would be 2027.
Well, there'd be a governance review in roughly a year from now, wouldn't there? At the beginning of the next term of council?
December 2026.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So if you're willing to undertake that as direction, I can work with the clerk on getting that written up.
We're willing to accept that direction.
And Mr. Chair, we're happy to work with the councillor on some wording, either to give today as direction at committee or to bring forward to council next
That'd
week.
be fantastic. Okay, thank you. And otherwise, I'm happy to support this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Before I ask the same question as Councillor Leeper, can I just confirm, was what he gave direction to specific to heritage?
Is that a question for Councillor Leeper?
So my direction was related specifically to designated properties before they go to get listed on a report that there's been some sort of consultation with Heritage Ottawa.
Perhaps Councillor Leeper, it'd be if you could just reiterate kind of what your direction is, just to be explicit about it so everybody understands.
So I think staff have agreed to undertake to work with Chair King and interested councillors on a process whereby future disposal of heritage designated properties would be consulted with Heritage Ottawa prior to being listed on a disposition report. And that policy could be brought to governance review. Right.
So to develop a policy that would be brought to the governance committee and at the beginning of the next term of council for consideration.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Yep. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I just had a couple questions on process. Some of these processes, so one of these properties is being transferred to Build Ottawa right away. I just wondered the other properties, what is the next steps for those properties that are being declared surplus? I just needed to have a better understanding of that.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, so the one property we recommended for transfer to Build Ottawa right away. The other 4 properties we have not recommended a disposal approach yet because we are still working through some of the due diligence to understand property development constraints, potential, looking at what we would like to see developed there, and the strategy for identifying a development partner. So all of the 4 properties, with the exception of the one going to Build Ottawa, the other 4 will be going through that process over the coming months. Depending on the property, it may take us a bit longer to prepare some than others. And as we've been doing on other properties, some of that preparation includes rezoning to sort of maximize the appropriate housing potential. We've also been working to develop concept plans for those properties, so to kind of understand what we would like to see developed there as some guidance for a future housing provider. So on all of those properties, we'll be working through that kind of concept planning process, and some of the Carleton students have maybe started that ahead of us on 306 Sear, in particular, but those are the kinds of activities we'll be undertaking on all of these. And then for those 4 properties, we would come back to council for approvals to transfer, depending on sort of how the approach for that. So those would come back to you most likely for approvals to actually transfer them.
Okay, and how is a provider picked when you're transferring a property in order to ensure, fairness among the 67 different not-for-profits? How does that process work?
So, Mr. Mayor, the way that we're as we work through developing the municipal land strategy, we have a request for proposals that we'll be releasing in January that Debbie mentioned, that the RFP for the first round of lands that we identified in 2025. So that's the approach that we would typically take, and that's the intention. We release a public request for proposals. For the ones that we're releasing in January, it's restricted just to not-for-profit housing providers. And they would submit a proposal to us that would include so in that case, we're developing concept plans to give some guidance about what we're looking for. And then housing providers can bid. They submit a proposal that includes their financial proposal, what would be the cost, what would be their sources of funding, what would be their intent for client groups that would live in the building. And then also the levels of affordability would be part of that proposal as well. So we would evaluate the proposals that we receive and then select the housing provider that's evaluated through that process.
Okay, was that the process that was followed, for example, in the disposal of the lands in Councillor Bradley's ward for the Inuit women's shelter? Or was that was a proponent picked and it transferred to?
I don't think that project was through the Community and Social Services Department, so not through our department's process.
Okay, I'll ask another. I was just looking for an example. So actually, again, in Councillor Bradley's ward, the lands on Hetherington were transferred to OCH. Was that the same kind of proposal? Was that done?
A good example would be 2040 Aerosmith. We did an RFP for that site several years ago, and so that site is now being developed by Wigwamen. So that was a similar process where we released an RFP, and interested housing providers were able to bid.
So do we always issue an RFP? I guess that's really what I wanted to get to. Is it always the case where we issue an RFP when we have not-for-profit municipal lands, or sometimes is a provider selected in a different way?
Mr. Mayor, the disposal of municipal land to support housing and affordable housing is a relatively new process that we implemented in the past year or two. So where a lot of properties that were recommended for surplus are still under the work before the final disposal and transfer. But to respond to the councillor's question, yes, the intention was to release those lands through the RFP process for a majority of the land, for most of them.
Councillor, if I just can add, so with regards to Hetherington, so this predates the three of us being responsible for the disposal process. However, on that one, I understand that there was significant land development that was required. It was intended for not-for-profit housing development, but there was significant land development required. And Ottawa Community Housing is currently the only non-profit housing provider in the city of Ottawa who does have that capability or capacity. However, there are 2 additional parcels that are tied to that site that will go through a public tendering process.
Okay, great. And so there's no like special consideration given to Ottawa Community Housing as the city housing agency or anything? It goes to there's no special consideration for them?
So I would say that that would be an example of special consideration for OCH, but that was really given the site, the constraints on the site, and the need for that land development to happen. So that would be one example of special consideration. But typically we go through, as Lily mentioned, the request for proposal process.
Okay. Have we seen a copy? Like, do we have a written copy of that proposal as councillors? I guess I just sometimes have questions about the different processes that are followed. And if I was quick thinking like Councillor Leeper, I'd probably throw a direction up. But, you know, it seems to me slightly different. And I just want to make sure with a property for disposal in my ward, and you know, I currently have a property, as we know that there's a request for proposals out on Kilbourne. So I just want to understand a little bit about the different processes that exist.
So, Councillor, we're happy to provide a briefing in terms of the approach. I guess next fulsome RFP process for the municipal land strategy is it's going to be the first time that we're actually going to RFP under the municipal land strategy, and that'll be in January. The team is still developing the RFP criteria. Through the housing acceleration plan, there was a action, which was to really streamline and simplify that process, because previously when there has been lands that have gone through public tendering for and designated to go for affordable housing with the not-for-profit sector, there has been some feedback that our requirements are too onerous. And so the team is going through a process of looking at what was done previously and adapting it to ensure that the RFP process is suitable for the not-for-profit sector and aligned with their capacity and facilitate their ability to bid on those parcels.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think it's sometimes confusing. Like, for example, the lands in Councillor Menard's area came available because of the transportation. They were in the transportation department before. I know the lands in mine were designated as a park, and that's something that I saw through program and service review. And we know that there's other properties that will be coming through there. And then there's lands that just exist, you know, that are part of transit, like Woodruff. So understanding how all of these municipal lands fit into the overall strategy for housing and how they're disposed of, I think will be really important. But thanks for taking the time to answer my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And just following up on Councillor Carr's line of questioning there and some of Councillor Leeper's, I think it is important we have some policy developed, or I suppose more clear direction when this is happening, because I just, through my own experience, we've had, you kind of go to the councillor and you ask, we have an internal potential disposition to any internal uses. Okay, there are internal uses or there's not. And then, hey, there's a criteria for, do we put it up for disposition? Yes, we do. And then what happens after that? And I have community members who are really concerned right from the get-go, because there's potential land for disposition, which is heavily used as park space, though it's informal green space, but heavily used as park space. And then people get their backs up. And so just, I think along the lines of Councillor Leeper's direction, and given the city is moving in this vein more strongly, I guess, in the last year or so, right? A year or two, it would be helpful to have a formalized process, both for after that internal circulation occurs, consultation with community prior to it coming to council. We did that in my case, because we had set up that meeting. But I think for our other instances, it'd be helpful to have that formalized. And then if the land is decided by council to be disposed, a more formalized process of exactly what are the options and where do we go from here would be helpful. So that's a lot to say in one breath, but Councillor Leeper had a direction around this going to heritage for the heritage properties. But on the disposal piece, the consultation with community members, the councillor specifically, and the end result as we come to council, like we say, we might come back to council for when these are transferred to the particular providers. Fantastic. It would be helpful to have more of information about how that works and the process therein.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor. I just want to point out that there is a real estate disposal policy which is published on ottawa.ca. In all cases, we follow that policy, and is quite prescriptive in terms of how the City of Ottawa is able to dispose of properties. In terms of affordable housing, there are certain, when the affordable housing team is looking at the sites that are potentially surplus, so they haven't yet gone through that circulation process. They're looking at for certain criteria. Those are outlined. So we want them to be close to transit. We want to look at properties that don't have too many development constraints, just recognizing the capacity of the not-for-profit sector. So those are quite detailed. We're happy to provide additional information on that, but I think the starting point really is the real estate disposal policy, because this is exactly the policy that we follow, and it's public, it's there. I think the Councillor Leeper identified a good point with regards to heritage properties. It's not very often that we're disposing of those, but that process in terms of having additional consultation, I think it was a good suggestion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my concern is more the public consultation aspect of it, both prior to council decision on disposition and then after. I don't think it's clear how much discussion with community would happen post disposition. and then coming back with the provider, for example. And so I think if you could take it under direction to come back with something concrete around public consultation prior to disposition and after, that would be helpful. Certainly for some pieces of land, that would be, it's needed.
So we can take that away, Councillor, and then if you don't mind, we'll circle back with you.
Absolutely. It's kind of on the fly here. Just I think we're seeing a few instances where it'd be helpful. So appreciate that very much, City Manager. Just a question to Dan Chenier about the Lee's property. This is heavily utilized green space. In your view, in terms of the park's operations here, and the amount of people that actually book this space now through the summer in particular and the fall, ideally from a parks perspective, what happens to this land?
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is right that this piece of green space next to Springhurst Park has been heavily used since it was made available to my department to allocate to community groups. We've had interest from soccer and rugby and a variety of groups in terms of using it. Even without formal goalposts, because of the contamination, it's only surface use. The property is capped, but has been effectively used just using temporary markers for goals and those kinds of approaches. As was mentioned earlier, a development along Lees is one that we would benefit from in terms of preserving some sports field space along the southern edge of the park and coming up against a new residential development. Since that has been a fairly common use of the space, we're also mindful that the community spills over the activities of Springhurst Park into this green space for things like special events and a variety of activities. And should remediation of the soil be possible in the future, then of course that would open up the opportunity to install more amenities into that space.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for working collaboratively on this and getting it into a better place. And I'll just finalize my comments, Mayor, that as development occurs on this parcel, it should be as close to Lees Avenue as possible, hopefully include some type of food or grocery store there, but that the rest of this space needs to be preserved for the thousands and thousands of residents that use it on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper? You want to go? Okay, we can go to Councillor Gower first if you prefer.
Okay, I gotta be really quick. Totally appreciate where my colleagues are coming from in terms of engagement and dialogue with the community. But please, staff, I hope you are focused on housing and moving quickly on housing, which we hear about all the time from people who are looking for housing, from stakeholders, from community housing providers, from other levels of government. That's got to be our primary driver. We're trying to move quickly to address the housing crisis. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much. With respect to the presentation that you provided on the municipal land strategy, the recommendations of the report on what we're voting on today, but you did outline a few different things in that presentation, one of which was getting lands rezoned in order to get them prepared for disposal into housing, and the other which was otherwise preparing the sites, which I take to mean things like, if it's necessary, getting sites serviced, dealing with environmental remediation, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the things that came out of the Housing Acceleration Task Force. Is there any budget associated with those in 2026? I know we've already passed the budget, but are there dollars associated to that, or is this something that we'll be looking at in the 2027 budget?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So actually the municipal land strategy, as I mentioned in the presentation, originated through the Housing Acceleration Fund, which is the CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation initiative. Through that there is funding through the Housing Acceleration Fund that we are utilizing to undertake that work. That funding is 3-year funding that ends in, I think our last tranche funding would come in 2027. At that point, council would have to look at whether that work is providing value and whether they'd want to continue it, but there isn't a long-term budget for that.
How much is that?
5.7 million currently is being allocated for that work.
How has it been spent thus far?
Mr. Mayor, we've been spending it on various technical studies that we need to understand some of the constraints on the site. So like geotechnical studies, tree inventory reports, environmental site assessments, using that money to pay for that. We have earmarked some of that funding for remediation where that's needed on various sites and some of that preparation work that we see coming. So that's sort of the main. Oh, and also preparing. We had these concept plans prepared for the sites that are coming, or that we're expecting to release soon, and through this request for proposals. So some of that work as well. So various consultant studies.
Okay, I'm interested in that budget because I think we're going to need more. Like when I take a look at some of the sites in Councillor Kavanaugh's ward, the McEwen Station that we've taken control of as part of LRT construction, 747 Richmond Road, which we now own because again we've expropriated that for or acquired it through the LRT construction, and of course I'll keep coming back over the course of the next year to the key piece of land in this city, which is Bayview Yards, and we know we're going to need to expend on Bayview Yards in order to make that land sustainable, be able to be developed sustainably. So $5 million is great, but I hope that as we debate the 2027 budget, that we're looking at boosting those numbers so we can get some of the really great parcels in this city ready for development. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to my colleague. We talk about a housing accelerator fund and how can we accelerate it? I understand from Ms. Stewart that we're following the rules that are in place, but it sounds like we need to work on this to get housing built faster, nonprofit housing. And I don't know if we've looked at other municipalities, but is there a way that we can do this better for nonprofit housing? It sounds like it's taking years to get things built that don't necessarily need to take years to get built. So I'd like to know if we can have some direction on improving our process for affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the presentation that staff provided prior to the discussion and debate on this item, I had highlighted a number of initiatives tied to the Housing Acceleration Plan that Council recently approved that are explicitly about accelerating the process. So one is what we discussed just moments ago with regards to having city staff utilize federal funding to undertake some of the work that the not-for-profit sector would have to otherwise do for the lands. When it comes to rezoning, we're able to do that more efficiently given our our regulatory role in that space. So that is one key initiative that is being undertaken with the explicit purpose of being able to make sure that those lands are ready for development quicker. The other thing is there is an action and when we go out to RFP in January, we'll be putting this in place. There's an action through the Housing Acceleration Plan that we create a bespoke process for the development approvals and really simplify the regulatory environment even further for the not-for-profit sector. We're going to pilot it on that first tranche of lands that's going through RFP, and that's going to be work that's done in collaboration with our planning, development, and building services department. So those are a couple of really key things that are intended to rapidly move the needle forward or accelerate the process to getting from we have a parcel of land that is surplus to we have homes that are being lived in by families who are needing that housing.
How long does the RFP process take?
So, Councillor, we haven't yet decided on dates. We're going to post it for likely about 4 to 6 weeks. As I mentioned before, the other part that we're doing through it was an action that was identified in the Housing Acceleration Plan, and this was based on feedback that the Housing Innovation Task Force received directly from the not-for-profit housing sector, was that we simplify the request for proposal process, so have different requirements, lighter requirements, which will enable more not-for-profits to participate in that, but also make it less onerous on them so that they can provide their responses quicker, and that would take up less time as well. So that's the process that Emily and team are currently developing. So those are 3 kind of key actions that are underway to streamline the process and to get us to housing quicker.
Will that include taking a look at parcels of land that are, larger ones? Obviously, smaller nonprofits can't, we'll have a tough time with those. How can we stream it so that it can be even faster? Like, for example, making a clear qualifications of who can handle this.
Councillor, I'll provide a response and then turn it over to my colleagues. 1245 Kilbourne Avenue, I think, is a really nice example where you have a larger parcel. It has been identified for supportive housing and for many other uses, including mixed income, so market and affordable housing, as well as community services and community amenities. And so on that parcel, what we're doing is going through a request for proposal, but encouraging or requiring partnerships to form and working with the successful proponent in terms of the finalizing of the concept plan and ultimately the development of the site. So that's one way where we can take larger parcels and still go through a transparent, fair process, but enable smaller providers like supportive housing providers to partner up with some larger organizations that have that development capacity. And Emily, is there anything you want to add?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add that, we can prepare, we are working on preparing as many lands as possible and different sizes, scales, location, all of that. But one of the big challenges to actually getting them developed, particularly for affordable housing, is the availability of capital funding for those projects. We have a long pipeline of projects that require funding, and as we add more municipal properties with potential for development, that grows and grows. And as you know, the funding from other levels of government is in flux, and we're not sure, what will be available from the federal government in the coming years. It's just one more consideration, just as we think about how we prepare sites or how we release them for development, and to ensure that the sector will actually have the financial, tools that they need to actually develop those properties at, levels of affordability that we would like to see. So that's one of the other areas of sort of flexibility that we're looking at, that where we can't necessarily provide as much capital funding as we need, that there's some flexibility in terms of those projects being able to include some units that are above average market rent in order to include units that are also below. So we're, as the market is changing and availability of funding is changing, we're looking at all of these different opportunities to get projects off the ground.
Thank you. I do hope we'll look at other municipalities and see what they're doing to speed this up even further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, is the item carried? All right. We are going to go back to item 5.1 on the agenda, and we need a motion to waive the rules to add this presentation to the agenda. So, Vice Chair Kitts, if you wouldn't mind reading that motion.
Whereas, in keeping with past practice, staff is seeking to provide Finance and Corporate Services Committee with a progress update on the Adesoke project before the end of this year. And whereas, following the public project update presentation, staff will provide members with a briefing on related contractual matters that are subject to a reasonable prospect of litigation and provide information and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Be it resolved that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee approve that the rules of procedure be waived subject to subsection 83(4)A of the procedure bylaw to receive a public staff presentation on the Adesoke project update and associated in-camera briefing.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Is that carried? So just to be clear, we're going to receive an update in open session from staff, and then we will move in camera for the rest of it. So turn it over to staff now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a short presentation that we'd like to go through committee this afternoon, so we will just wait for that to pop up. And I think my colleagues are ready. Excellent. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and members of committee. The Infrastructure and Water Services Department is responsible for overseeing the delivery of Adesoke, a custom-designed landmark facility that reflects the ambitions of a strong partnership between the City of Ottawa, the Ottawa Public Library, and Library and Archives Canada. This is a unique collaboration uniting federal and municipal institutions in a way that is unprecedented in Canada. Regular project updates have been provided to Council since construction began, and the most recent update in June, when we signaled that the contractor was experiencing pressures that could affect the construction schedule. Since then, we have continued to monitor these pressures closely, strengthen our oversight, and work collaboratively with the contractor and partners as we assess and mitigate their impacts. I'm joined today by Tara Blasioli, the manager of the Adesoke construction project, and Karina Duclos, the Director of Infrastructure and Water Services. Today's update will provide the latest information on construction progress, the contractor schedule, and our ongoing communication and engagement efforts. I also want to reinforce our commitment to timely updates. We provide information as soon as it is accurate, validated, and appropriate to bring forward. And today's presentation is part of that commitment. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague Karina to walk us through the presentation.
Thank you very much, Tammy, and good morning. Next slide, please. On this photo, you can see Adesoke is one of a kind in many ways. This design reflects inspiration from engagement done with our Indigenous partners and the Canadian landscape. Adesoke has achieved many significant milestones since construction began in late 2021. Completion of the foundation, structure, wood roof, and making the building watertight. Awarded a pre-construction certification for accessibility for the Rick Hansen Foundation. Design certification for net zero carbon design elements, solar panels on the roof and along the facade to generate energy that will help power Adesoke. And most recently, we are very proud to announce that the project achieved a final connection to the federal government district energy system, the first facility to do so, using water to heat and cool the building. Next slide, please. On the exterior of the building, Western red cedar is being added to the facade, crafting an eye-catching signature feature. This addition has drawn a lot of positive attention from the public. It is transforming the look of this building, reflecting the renderings that have been shown over the years. Seeing it come to life is an exciting development in the progress of this building. Next slide, please. Stepping inside. The curves of the exterior continue along. Much of the interior is covered in millwork and was designed to look as one continuous ribbon of warmth beginning on the 5th floor and flowing down to the atrium. Installation needs to be done in sequence, beginning at the top. The photo on the left shows some of the curved millwork panels that is being acclimatized before installation. And the photo on the right highlights some of the atrium curves that will make part of our millwork ribbon. Next slide, please. As the millwork progresses, the scaffolding is coming down, revealing the remarkable ceiling of Adesoke with windows that allowed for natural light to flow in. This is indeed a very captivating focal point. Next slide, please. At this year's June update to this committee, we advised of pressure on the schedule as flagged by the contractor. Staff needed time to review and assess those impacts. The contractor is contractually required to develop and maintain the construction schedule, to provide the city with regular monthly updates, to take appropriate measures to maintain progress, and to determine recovery plans if needed. Since our update in June, the contractor has continued to communicate delays, adding now that significant schedule recovery is unlikely at this stage of the project. The contractor is responsible for substantiating and providing the validity of their schedule delays. It is very important for us to note that the city has not accepted these delays as reported, and the construction contract has not been amended to reflect a change on the contractual completion date. The pressures realized on the construction have a direct impact on the public opening of this facility. Between construction completion and public opening, there is a lot of work to do that requires and deserves focus and care. Nothing should be rushed. Everyone involved is united in their commitments to delivering this project responsibly, and to that end, Adesoke's public opening will not be in 2026. The next slides will cover our schedule mitigation activities. As some aspects cannot be discussed in open session, as noted, we may not be able to respond to all the questions at this time. This is the basis for our recommendation to update this committee in closed session. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thank you. From the outset, this project maintained diligent oversight on schedule. It has been an item on the risk register since construction began. And due diligence on schedule mitigation has been a top priority for the city, our partners, as well as the contractor. Before this project was tendered, during the contractor pre-qualification process, the industry provided feedback on the original plan, and the completion date for the project was extended by 10 months. We also had independent third party recognized in the industry for their expertise on schedule oversight and control that are continually reviewing the schedule submissions, question logic, understand and review critical path activities, challenge contractor work plans, and understands the health of the schedule. The team has bi-weekly and monthly check-ins at progress and trade-specific meetings where look-ahead work plans are presented and discussed to further validate schedule assurance, to test the contractor's logic, and progress on the critical path. Weekly meetings were set up with the contractor to present their priority questions to get quickly answers and avoid delays. When appropriate, the contractor was allowed to pre-purchase material and equipment that would be seen as beneficial to the schedule, given supply concerns at the time. When unplanned issues arose on site, collaborative workshops with the contractor, trades, architects, contract administrators, and the project management office were held, so resolution could be achieved as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Sorry, I think we move fast with the with the slides. Yes, can we go back to the previous one? Yes, thank you. With the pressure that was signalized in the spring, the project team took immediate additional steps to enhance support on schedule management and mitigation. We have increased our direct oversight through multiple measures. We brought in new additional third-party schedule experts to offer a fresh perspective. We added resources to our internal team, the architectural team, and the contract administration team. We added a senior construction expert who attends critical meetings and visits the sites to assess progress and flag issues. We added partnering sessions with the contractor, architects, schedule experts, construction experts, and the clients. Through them, we consider prioritized areas that can be fit up early and opportunities for expedite our move-in plan. We added escalation pathways for senior leaders between the city and the contractor. And we accelerated partner decision protocols, ensuring that required partner decisions are expedited. Next slide, please. Can we go to the table? I see we have two different, thank you. This table shows the overall budget as of October 31st of this year. It breaks out the financial contributions made by the city and OPL, as well as those made by LAC. The line item actual represents funds that have been spent to date, where committed are funds already on purchase orders for vendors. Some items that will draw against the 20 million includes the purchased furniture, equipment needed to the fit up of the building, including the cafe, catering kitchen, and gift shop. Next slide, please. Led by our clients, we have continued to hold our annual engagement session with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, focusing on programming. We are also working on our year review video that will showcase the amazing progress made to date. As always, we continue with our ongoing newsletters and updates with information on the project website. And lastly, we will continue to provide you with timely updates on progress. Next slide, please. This project is not in jeopardy. Work on site continues with great focus and care, and without losing sight of our common goal. We are committed to working with all partners to get these projects across the finish line. And we are very much looking forward to the opening of this building, which is a landmark for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions before we move to the in-camera portion? Councillor Leeper.
Feel free to rule that this needs to go in camera, but several months ago, you warned us that the project might be subject to a delay. At the time, I asked what would be the reason for that, and staff did not tell me. They would not disclose why they considered it might be at risk. Were the factors at play behind that early warning to us the ones that have led to this delay?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So it's a two-part question. The first of which is, why is it delayed? This, but I want to find out. You told us several months ago that this project might be delayed. I asked, what are the risk factors? What looks like it could endanger the project schedule? And staff would not tell me and would not tell council what those factors were. Are the factors that you were trying to, or are the factors that you spoke about several months ago the ones that have ultimately led to the delay? In other words, did those risks were they borne out? And then my second question is, why is this delayed? What are the factors?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the clarification. I appreciate that. We've been working very closely with the contractor and the partners since June. And so during this time period between now and then is when we've been able to do a deeper dive into those reasons. For reasons that we can't disclose these in public session, so we'll have to go to your first question in terms of why. We'd have to go into closed session to answer that a bit more deeply.
Okay. I certainly understand that there are legal implications around some of this stuff. I'm uncomfortable with discussing some of this in camera, but I will accept on face value for the time being that it's an in-camera discussion due to the potential for litigation, I assume. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Vice Chair Kitts, I'll ask you to move the motion for us to go in camera, please.
Be it further resolved that Finance and Corporate Services Committee resolve in camera pursuant to the procedure bylaw, subsection 13(1)E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, including matters before administrative tribunals, and 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive a briefing on contractual and legal matters related to the Atasoke project update. And be it further resolved that Council remain in camera to receive a presentation on cybersecurity and the external threat landscape, which is confidential and will not be reported out, pursuant to subsection 13(1)A of the procedure bylaw, as the subject matter relates to the security of the property of the city.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Is that carried? All right, we will move into an in-camera session and resume as soon as possible. Thank you.
Test.
Okay, let's resume, everyone. For the benefit of those joining us, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee just met in camera in order to receive an update on cybersecurity and the external threat landscape, as well as an update on the Atasoke project. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to subsection 13.1a of the procedure bylaw, being the security of the property of the city, 13.1e, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, including matters before administrative tribunals, and 13.1f, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. During the in-camera session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So we will pick up the agenda at item 10.1, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess I would ask the coordinator to put that on screen. I don't have a hard copy in front of me. I won't read the whole thing. I'll just go straight to the resolution, please. And thank you very much, committee members with whom I've spoken, for the support that you've indicated you can give this motion. Therefore, be it resolved, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommends City Council approve the sale of 261A Hinchy Avenue to CCOC and direct staff to negotiate an agreement of purchase and sale to enable the transfer of the subject site to CCOC for a nominal fee. And be it further resolved that City Council delegate authority to the Director, Housing Solutions, Real Estate and Investment Services to enter into, conclude, execute, amend, and implement the agreement of purchase and sale with CCOC, and be it further resolved that Housing Solutions, Real Estate and Investment Services staff will work with CCOC as the project concept is further designed to ensure project financial feasibility, and be it further resolved that staff must be satisfied that the project is financially viable prior to completing the property transfer, and be it further resolved that level, depth, and duration of affordability will be consistent with the city's Action Ottawa guidelines. Affordability terms and the required timeline to develop on the subject site will be secured through a future contribution agreement between the city and CCOC, covering the land value contribution and provision of Section 37 funds.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried?
Thank you, colleagues.
And just to confirm, Councillor Brown, you are withdrawing the other notice of motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I did notify the coordinator this morning that we would be chatting about this over the Christmas break and likely to return in the new year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any notices of motion? Any inquiries? Any other business? Motion to adjourn? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Merci.